It was a joy, you know, to be reactive, not to be driving the car and shifting gears, crunching them. No, it was a real pleasure. It came to me through the letterbox. Splat. What touched me? Well, great writing is always the thing that will get me to turn the pages. You know that it's something special. A lot of the time, it's really hard to turn one page over because it's filled with somebody trying to, fit into some formula or, get the movie green lit or whatever other obstacles thrown in the way of a movie getting made. But this one, beautiful writing, completely unexpected story. You don't know where it's going from one page to the next. And funny, worthy, absolutely. Yeah, let's get rid of the labels in this crazy goddamn world, and here's the answer. There are some individuals out there who'll teach us if we let them. Special. I mean, the thing is about, when we worked before, okay, we were surrounded in ridiculous costumes, but we were playing real people. I think that's what made that film, has made it last, and it's become more and more on people's favorite movie list. And with that one, the director did exactly what, in effect, Mark did. Brought a group of actors together who know how to sort out the day's shooting and to protect each other as actors and challenge each other as actors. It's again, not a formula. And Sigourney's done so much work in the theatre and trained old-fashioned things, so she knows what a rehearsal's for and can structure a day's work and also do the homework. She did all of that. It's not that it surprised me about her, because I knew she's incredibly free on the set, so you never quite know from one take to the next what's going to be going on. Although with this, she had so many ground rules about her own behaviour. There are things that Linda can and can't and will and won't do. Just to get through the day. If your life means you've got a chart on the wall to remind you how to get from 10 a.m. to 11 a.m., that's different. Really special and really brave of Linda to let anybody into her home like that. But on some weird level, she trusted him. And he rolled his sleeves up and helped her. Great scene. Great writing, because they're equals at that point. And it's not about performing with somebody who doesn't look you in the eye, because you've both got the same focus on the Scrabble board, and it's ridiculous. Well, I thought those days were over. But fortunately, we both had a clause in our contract which said the sheet stays up here. We loved it up there, yeah. It was like the whole town became family. And we became family to them, I hope. Not enough snow, but people saved it for us, and then we made do with bits of white stuff going off into the distance. More than that, yeah. Training, you see. He also went to my old academy. So the tradition goes on. He's brilliant on stage and brilliant on film. I had very little to do with him because, of course, the story is, who is this person who wants to kill my daughter? And then the first time we meet is surrounded by 2,000 naked people. I had fake teeth. I got on the plane with no character, but fake teeth. I thought, if all else fails, prosthetics will give you a performance. The main reason that I said yes to doing this film or being part of it is because I thought the whole script is brilliant and also really important. It's incredibly moving to read a script that is about the history of civil rights in America. So, very important that I was part of the whole and not in any way, I hope, an impersonation. I hope that there's a suggestion of who he is, and also you have to be very specific to the scenes you're playing and the role that those scenes have in the whole. And then just the way he constructs sentences, he'll He'll start a sentence and he'll put the I of the next sentence on the end of the first sentence and pause. So, for example, I could be saying one sentence and then I would be saying the second sentence. So those rules became helpful because it was somebody who was aware of how to hold his audience, but also how to hold them back and also give himself time to think. Working with Lee is a definite one-off, and I said to him on the phone this morning, so I'm not betraying anything. He gives brilliant notes. He's absolutely right about, cutting something or shifting something or changing the ground slightly under your feet. But it's definitely like getting on a roller coaster and you're not quite sure where a hairpin bend is going to come up. It's a unique experience and not a bad one, a very good one. It reminds you that great films come out of real life, and there are narratives that seem to be about one group of people but are actually about all of us. I guess there's that sort of responsibility, although I had to correct a few things. One is it's Alison Deegan's script, and we kind of were a bit sort of engineers with it a little bit, me and Jeremy Brock. And I suppose, is it a baby? It's the weird thing is at the moment that you watch it at various screenings and little bits and pieces, and it's like it's left me, and that's in a very good way. It's not something that I'm holding on to. Right. I suppose the metaphor would be that I'm watching it walk now. Well, I'm a great fan of going to the movies with let's say 300 other people, and the lights go down and you're in the dark and somebody is saying to you once upon a time, whatever it is. And so I know we live in a time where that's harder and harder to achieve, and harder and less and less are people aiming for it, because the common wisdom is that all the great writing is being done for television, which is fine, right, as long as there's a conversation between the two somewhere. But with a film like this, you do hope that people don't put it on pause every 20 minutes because they think, I'll get a glass of water or the phone's ringing or whatever. You can't control that. So what's really rewarding to me is to be at a screening of this with a full house and to feel silence descend. Interrupted, I hope, by laughter. And sure, you do occasionally hear snuffles. But the silence is the important thing, because you can feel the once upon a timeness of it really taking hold, and people are being transported. Well, you're in charge of the atmosphere, I suppose, to some extent, and of the film. I find myself weirdly, you go to one screen, and then you might go to another, and you walk in thinking, gosh, I hope Kate's as good in that scene tonight as she was last night. Oh yeah, she is. It did just sort of happen, but it's a bit like theatre directing. You have to acquire a mixture of nerve and will and idiocy or something to put yourself in that position. Yeah. And I think I gathered courage gradually by working with other directors that I admired and noticing that they didn't mind being vulnerable, and that when I or any other actor would say, ask a question, in many ways the most encouraging answer you would get would be, I don't know. I don't think there's not a plan. The thing about making a film as an actor or as a director, I think, is it's such a moment-by-moment experience. You don't know in a two-hander like Kate and I had in the film, long scene, that the wind's changed and now we're going to get a plane coming over every 30 seconds. What are you going to do about that? And it's my job to figure out what to do. And so there's lots of unknowns. I think a lot of the questions are answered if you have solid enough pre-production. You're around the table with all these unbelievable experts. That's the good thing about making a film. You're surrounded by people who know what they're doing.
Yeah.
Amazing, to an amazing degree. You don't have to go back too far. You go, okay, I'm not going to complain about this because there's this guy called Orson Welles who did it all, you know, and was like on the phone trying to get the costumes, I think, for Chimes at Midnight, and then the costumes didn't arrive, so they did it all in towels or sheets or something. So, and he's in it, and they're great movies, and so you go, well, it's not such a big problem. I've only done it once on film. This is the only time. I'm playing Louis XIV, and it was a useful thought that push us a little closer to now, and Louis XIV might be a movie producer. At the start of the development, or when I was first reading it, and when I wasn't free to direct anything, she would have been way too young. So in a way, it happened the way it was meant to, because I can't imagine anybody else playing it, and it had to wait until she was of a certain age to be, you know, she's playing somebody who couldn't possibly have existed.
Sure.
We have to make you believe that she could have, in the middle of stuff that really did happen. This is the movies. Here's a piece of fantasy shafted into reality. Kate has those qualities. She'll make you believe that this was, in fact, people do come out saying, she really existed, why don't I know about her?
Right.
She does the homework. She's got the gravitas. She doesn't mind, and the humour. She opens her mouth and you believe it. Yeah, I think it was like an explosion into everybody's consciousness with seeing that film. And his name was suggested. I looked him up on YouTube because I thought, well, it's all very well suggesting his name, but he's Belgian. And these people are all speaking the same language with the same accent. And also he's playing a very famous Frenchman who's going to be speaking perfect English. Anyway, weirdly, I happened to be in Belgium at the time, and I YouTubed him and found him doing an interview in LA for Rust and Bone, speaking perfect English but with an American accent, so I looked fine. And as it turned out, he was half an hour away at that moment in Antwerp. So we met the next day. I sound completely different to whatever I have now got used to hearing in a year of editing, so I don't hear that voice.
Right.
Yeah, I think if Anthony Hopkins was sitting here now, he's the most incredible mimic, and my generation is very used to hearing people like him doing perfect impersonations of people like Olivier and Ralph Richardson and John Gielgud. I hope these names mean something. It's just sort of, what if there's a pattern to my working life at all? I didn't decide to train until I was 25 anyway, so you know, I'd had a whole other career as a graphic designer before that.
Sure.
So here we are with a bit of hindsight, and you look back and go, well, things happen the way they do. You're not always, certainly not, don't feel your sense of your hands on a steering wheel. It's just a sort of a compulsion once you've dealt with the art school bit, which seemed necessary.
Right.
And now here I am years down the line directing a movie, and I could not have thought of doing that without the art school bit. So things happen for a reason, I guess. And having to get a scholarship because I had already had funding to be an art student, so there was never going to be any funding, and there certainly wasn't any money in my family that was going to support this. So I had to audition twice to get a scholarship, and this was in the days after I'd finished the training when you came out you had to do 40 weeks in regional theatre in order to have an equity card. You were not allowed to work on film, television or in the West End without really special dispensation. And so there was a sense of an apprenticeship, and you weren't thinking career moves. You're just thinking stay in a job. And And then, like every actor at that time would probably tell you the same story, there were many months of being out of work when I came back to London and or went backwards and forwards to the regions. So there's a lot of muscle memory of in work, out of work. Well, my training, certainly as a graphic designer, gave me an ethic about typography. Because this is before computers.
Sure.
So you really had to, and we had a really brilliant and rigorous head of department called Ed Wright, and so it was like a small religion, the spacing between letters, and we had to handset type. We weren't just sitting on a computer saying, "Oh, stretch that P a bit and squish that, and that will be fine." You know, we having to measure and then balance, and so. And I've always found that rather beautiful.
Yeah.
So, and the same was true at RADA, I think. There is gradually an ethic because of some, our lives are measured out by teachers, I think. People, you go, okay, that teacher, then English teachers at my old school, Ed Wright at art school, and a couple of others, and then various teachers I had at RADA, and gradually you assemble yourself because you test yourself against what they're telling you.
Sure.
I guess I now have a set of beliefs, and by and large, that would be you hand yourself over completely to the character you're playing. You're part of what you're trying to be is the most efficient channel you can be between the writer and the audience. That actually it's not about you, and
right.
You must hand yourself over to that, and if the equipment doesn't fit somehow, then you have to work on that bit of equipment. If it's your voice or your physique or whatever, you have to work at it. Yeah, because when I was doing Die Hard, I'd never made a film before, and I'd done some television, but I'd never worked under that sort of pressure in Hollywood. Yeah, it was such a heavy spotlight on what you were doing and so much at stake. And I only knew to approach it like I'd approach a theatre play. So John McTiernan said fairly early on, he said, I've learnt with you I have to have everything ready for the first take. Because I was like, a greyhound out of a trap. And I really had to learn what I was supposed to do with take 2, 3, 4, 5. In a way, that was all about. I think many people tell various stories about that, how that happened. But the truth of it, from my point of view, is I was being fitted for a load of terrorist gear, and I looked at the guys who were going to be playing my henchmen, and I said, "Why am I wearing this stuff? When look at the size of them." Wouldn't it be more interesting? This is me thinking I'm in a play, and I've got a right to say something about the plot. So I'm saying, wouldn't it be more interesting if I wore a suit? And then, and also I said, if I wore a suit, there could be a scene where I met him, and then I could pretend to be one of the hostages.
Right.
Whatever anybody else tells you, that's what happened.
That's what you remember.
Then people tested me out on an American accent. And I just unless I know what's specific, I just have an American accent. I don't know what it is or where it's from. But yeah, I went away and I came back I went away from LA, came back ready to start shooting, and I was handed these pages of a script, and suddenly I was being fitted for an Armani suit. So it pays to think about it. And anyway, it was a good idea. Or he fell into an awning. I just think all the information was there in the script as to what to play. It didn't take a huge leap of imagination to think, what would it be like to have played Richard III and now find yourself wearing a rubber head? I don't think so. I think it gave me a bit of a structure to the year, because I was only shooting it 7 weeks a year, and it meant that I could think about doing some of the mad things I did in between time, like 45 weeks of the year is time to do a lot of other things. So
sure.
If I wasn't on stage for 6 months in London. Then I was doing it in New York, production of Private Lives, or I shot Sweeney Todd and Love Actually and Bottle Shock and Michael Collins and Sense and Sensibility.
Yeah.
No, actually, those were
Sense
those were
Sensibility
before.
would
That
have
was
95,
before.
so that was,
Yeah.
Was there
3 was all I knew. I didn't know what was going to happen after the third.
Yeah.
Not really. No, I just thought it's a great character and fascinated to see where this story goes. And it's also going to be done because of Joe Rolling's insistence by an entirely British cast, and you kind of felt you owed it to the British film industry. And the only thing was, you thought, how come Britain isn't paying for this? Well, 2 of them I'd worked with before. Mike Newell and I had done a film called Awfully Big Adventure, and Alfonso Cuarón and I had done, there was a series done for Showtime of film noirs back in the mid-90s, and Tom Cruise directed one, and I think Tom Hanks directed one of them, and Alfonso directed one, which I did with Laura Dern and Diane Lane, and so I knew he was wonderful.
Yeah.
And that meant there was a shortcut, I suppose, to working with Alfonso and with Mike. Although I had a really good time with Chris Columbus and a very differently good time with David Yates. No, because I'm not wearing a black wig.
Do you not get recognized by kids?
Really? I mean, sometimes. But those are the ones who really look hard. You know? But it's an outline, and if you're not presenting the outline, that was what Rafe and I always knew was the kind of refuge, because we both had very strong disguises. And you would watch it from the sidelines at times and try to throw the odd lifeline in, because there was so little time for that. And it's only in recent years that, for example, I've managed to sit down in a cafe in New York with Daniel. At one point, he was down the road in one theatre and I was up the road in another. Huge pride to go and see him in the musical. Funny.
How to Succeed, or
How to Succeed.
Yeah.
And you see, what is he? It's how dare he be dancing as well as the New York dancers, because he worked at
I was
it.
going to say.
No, because the school also had a very strong academic tradition, and I think everybody would have been horrified. They're not now. There's lots of young actors coming out of there. In fact, Hugh Grant went to the same school, and Lily Cole, now that it's gone co-educational. So, you know, I'm sure agents are rushing to see the end of term plays now. But
right. A lot of scouting there now.
No, when I was 18, it was I going to go to art school or university? Yeah. My experience of this film, when you say small...
Yeah, I don't want to, because you had there were some tough scenes.
This ain't no small film,
no, it's
for
true.
A start. And I don't mean that like there's anything wrong with it being small or big, but it's not.
Yeah.
On the other hand, it is deeply personal, and at root, it is a love story. And whether that love stories are huge. It's huge to put a thing of 2 people on the screen. So the themes are very big, and yes, it will be seen as a small independent film, or for some reason or another, those labels will come out.
Sure.
The first time it was shown anyway was to 2,000 people on the biggest screen I've ever seen in my life, and it survived, and 2,000 people sat there absolutely rapt.
Yeah.
What I know is that stories do that, and I know eventually somebody's going to be watching it on their iPhone. Or iPad, let's hope. I've already had to have the conversation over the phone about the airplane version, and that, we can't show Matiss's rear end, and etc. So, whatever is what the word you wind up saying. Because you think you at least now have the strength of knowing that whatever they do to muck about with it, something of it will determinedly remain funny and moving and will take you somewhere you didn't expect to go. So And men are very moved by it. That's the other strange thing. There's a scene in it that's only women talking about stuff in a locked room, and I've now lost count a number of times men said, I found that scene terribly moving, out of guilt or what, I don't know. But anyway, I wouldn't legislate for whether this film is small or big, or for who's it for, or
Right.
who ought to see it or who won't, or too many fences being put up
This is true.
everywhere.
This is true. Reaffirmed.
Yeah,
your love.
Fun Home I saw for the second time recently. I've worked with Sam, the director. He directed the last thing I did on stage.
Yeah.
Um,
Won a bunch of
Local
Tonys the other day,
cinema.
right? Yeah.
it's remarkable, and talk about big, small, whatever, you know. I know that there will be people coming to see that show because it won the Best Musical Tony Award. I know that within 3 minutes they'll be going, this is about what?
It's kind of a good thing, actually.
And there may be the odd seat clanging out. But on the other hand, they may stay there,
Right.
and they may be given an experience that they couldn't possibly have legislated for. And it's a beautiful piece of work by the writer, the director, the composer, and the actors. Always like lurking because it's what I do. But it's organising your life, and at the moment, plays you have to commit to a long time in advance.
Right.
Films ask you to be available tomorrow. And so I have a film coming out in September, I think, called Eye in the Sky, and about the use of drones
Right.
against terrorists. And I've said I will do a film which is currently just waiting for its usual story, the last bit of funding. So in other words, I have to wait until we know whether that's happening or not. So I can't commit to a play until I know which way those bricks are being
Sure.
put together. Ought to be, you know, I think certainly it's easy for me to gripe, if it were a gripe. Look at what it's like for women
Sure.
in the film business, you know.
And unfortunately, it's like, if you're Kate, great, because you'll get the top 5 pieces of material, but the hundreds of other great actresses that don't have that, whatever juice you want to call it, are stuck.
Yeah,
Last
but, you
one.
know, I'm sure Kate's aware of the fact that, you know, when I worked with her first, she was 19. I'm sure she's very aware of the fact that she is not 19 now.
Yeah.
She looks better than ever. She's acting better than ever. And anyway, why aren't there stories about people in their 50s and 60s? You've got to wait for a story to grab you.
Yeah.
This one's just sort of leaving me. There hasn't been room. You know, it's like you're fending off the grabbing.
Right.
So you have to be available emotionally to that, I think. I'm full of admiration for and wonder at directors who jump from one film to the next. I don't know how they do it.
It was, yeah, but I was directing in theatre as well, so it wasn't a completely slack muscle. Well, something called Harry Potter got in the way. And when I started it and said that I would do it, there were only 3 books written, so I didn't know that I was going to be in number 4, even, never mind number 8. So if you're going to direct a film, you know that you're going to need over a year at your disposal. And so every year I had 7 weeks where I had to button up all those black buttons. And it was not physically possible to hand myself over to directing a film. So when that franchise finished, then I could get going with this script, which I had waiting. And all things come in the right ways, I think, because when it became the right time and people were getting interested in it, and the nightmare of funding a movie like this became nearer to a reality, Kate was the right age to play the part. That was one of the main prerequisites, really. Hard to remember, but probably 10 years ago, I think. You know, a lot of movies take 10 years to actually get made, you discover. It's really, this script is written by Alison Deegan. Jeremy Brock and I did stuff that's more like, take this scene from here and put it there. Why don't we write a scene about this? And in that way, legally, we have to be called screenwriters or co-screenwriters, but it's a lie. We worked together. You know, Alison lives in Ireland, and at one point she came over to London, and we worked. At another point I went over there, and we worked. Her imagination knows no budget. So the first script that I ever read, the very first scene said, you know, we travel down the banks of the Seine, hundreds of boats are being unloaded, thousands of people are rowing up and down. You go, well, no, but there's an example in the movie because I think it's the scene that sort of starts the trailer of the king being dressed and practicing a speech to his children. Originally, that was him making a speech to a ballroom full of 300 courtiers. So that's where Jeremy and I come in. So Alison, go away and rewrite this scene as if he was practicing it for his 4 or 5 children, and then it's financeable. Well, and he's telling them what he knows. You know, you've got to frighten people. He's saying to these poor little things, going, yes. No, I think, you know, it's a kind of unwritten law, really, that limitations are good for being creative. I think if you have everything at your disposal, you kind of don't know what to pick. So I think it trains your mind a bit when you know you have a budget to be limited by. When we knew what the budget was, then we were told whether we could afford this, or this. You know, like what hurts is when you're told you can have 3 carriages and 10 horses for a night shoot as they're all arriving at the scene where Kate comes to the Louvre, and then you get to the editing room and you cut the whole sequence. That hurts, but because you remember 1 o'clock in the morning and trying to get these horses lined up and how beautiful the carriages look. But, you know, yeah, it's a miracle we're still employable, really. Any director with half a brain would, because, no, she's a phenomenon. Incredibly reliable in the sense of being very prepared, shows up on the set knowing exactly what she's supposed to be doing. But totally open and democratic about her presence on the set. And that's important in a film that's a lot to do with status. You know, where are you on the ladder, the pecking order? And although there's, you know, Kate Winslet's name is like up front on the credits, she's not playing that status in the film, and she knows that. So crucial to her is her inbuilt ability to listen to her fellow actors and be generous with them. I mean, it's important to say, for anybody who doesn't know, that her character is a complete invention. There would never have been a woman with a profession in 1682 in France, England, or almost anywhere. Women's jobs were at one end of the social scale to be cooking, cleaning, or sewing, and at the other end to be standing around looking beautiful. So, and when they were not so beautiful, they got dumped. This script is written by a woman from a very feminist standpoint, and not to put too huge a label on it, but hopefully as you watch it, the period details sort of fall away, and you start thinking, hang on a minute, we haven't moved on too far here. Things are still the same in a male-dominated world. Try living in England. Look at who we've just re-elected. You know, status quo always comes around again in the country I come from. So I see it operating on a daily basis. Well, certainly part of it, because if you're just spending your time being slavish to a period for no particular reason except a nice little story, you know, you're going to run out of energy. What the movies can do, in this particular example, is it can take a piece of history. Yes, there was Louis XIV. Yes, Le Nôtre did exist, although at the time of this story he was 70. So the movies can slice 35 years off his age. And then it can become a love story with a woman who did not exist at all. And our job is to make you believe that, so that hopefully, as the film progresses, you start thinking about modern parallels. And not to give anything away, but the film ends with a woman saying to a man, "What about us?" And the man saying, "We will shape each other." That's a very modern thought, I think. I love gardens. I love going. What a miracle that is. And if you've ever been to Versailles, it is a miracle. Not just because of the scale of it, but because Louis, being Louis XIV, was able to say, "I want a garden there, the biggest garden ever." And he's pointing at a mosquito-ridden swamp. You know, it was the worst place he could possibly have pointed at. So Lemaitre is a genius in more ways than one. The fact that he got anything there at all resembling a garden is a miracle. So I'm a huge admirer of those undertakings, whether they be then or now. But I'm very happy to sit in a garden. I'm very happy to visit a garden. But do not ask me to do anything. No, because first of all, it was a very unique thing to be part of, and secondly, and we were all very proud of it, and we worked very seriously on it. But secondly, after the first two films, we got it organized so that it was 7 weeks a year. So for 45 weeks of every one of those 10 years, I was, I don't know, 6 months in London in private lives, 6 months in New York in private lives, making Love Actually or Sweeney Todd or whatever, and directing in the theatre in London. So there was a lot going on, and in many ways, those 7 weeks a year gave me the freedom to do that. It was just this one element, and you can't have everything. Well, I don't see it. I mean, I don't watch the film, and I don't go on the internet, so I'm not really aware of it until until people like you mention it. Yeah, weirdly, I don't spend my life watching myself. I don't know about anybody else, but if you've ever heard your own voice on a recorder or wherever, you don't recognize it. So I wouldn't even pick it up. If I was watching it, I'd say, "Who's that?" So I don't know. I'm amazed that what is Die Hard is 28 years old. It's still playing. This is a miracle. The thing that, the thing that needs to be said a lot about that is it had a script. This is a rare thing to find in an action movie, I think. This is back then. Yeah. Somebody bothered to write an actual script that had a sense of narrative, and it had great characters. And also, let's face it, it was before CGI, so talk about, turning your limitations into your pluses. That is me really falling at the end of the film. So, no acting was required. Not a clue, no. I never thought, what am I doing holding a machine gun? And they had a real problem, because when I used to pull the trigger or when it was firing, I was blinking. I had seen, it's one of these things is somehow you just think this is meant to be. I had seen Rustin Bone, I thought he's a wonderful actor, then his name came up as a possibility to play opposite Kate, and I thought, yeah, but he's Belgian, and they're all supposed to be from the same country, i.e. France, but speaking in English. I happened to be filming in Belgium at the time, and when his name came up, so I really don't know what social media is all about, but I did manage to press this button called YouTube. And I found Matthias being interviewed in Los Angeles about Rustin Bone, and he was speaking perfect English with an American accent, so we just had to get the iron out to the American bit. No, she knew of him, and in fact, as it turns out, her agent represents him. Yeah, I was friends with him. We'd made a movie together called Gambit, and we'd had a lot of laughs together. And he's now living in London, and he, good friend. We'd been to stay with him here upstate, and I think he let it be known that he was keen to read it. Anyway, somewhere down the line, I said, "Would you like to do it?" So I had to know that he liked it first. Really notice it. It's like, it's everything's about hindsight. It's when you look at a picture of yourself from 10 years ago, you go, wow, what happened? And you don't kind of notice it incrementally. And I suppose, in a way, we didn't notice it with the kids. It's just that when you finally get to 10 years later and you think, no, hang on a minute, they're 22 years old now. Well, it's a phenomenon, isn't it? There's nothing you can compare it to. You have to thank the deities that all three of them survived it. All three of them are great young people. You know, I don't have to advertise the fact that the bravery of Emma to go and talk at the UN, and Daniel rap, talking of Jimmy Fallon, do you ever see him rap on? No, he's everything I've done is important to me. The ones that work, the ones that don't work. There are little films that I've made that are terribly important. Things that you thought, I don't know how we're ever going to shoot this in 25 days, which is a film I did with Sigourney Weaver about autism, called Snowcake, really important to me. So when you ask the question, I find myself saying no. But of course it was important, but it's very much in two dimensions. You put that costume on and put the lenses in your eyes and the wig on, and a lot of the work is done for you. What was satisfying is that he had a proper story and a good finish. No, because what you wanted was for it to be finished, and when it's finished, you let it go and move on. That's the law of that jungle. Well, tough.
That's great.
No,
Thank
I
you.
remember the scene very well. If you haven't seen Perfume, a remarkable film by Tom Tykwer from a remarkable book, and one of the central scenes in that film is 5,000 naked people in a town square. It was very, very beautiful, and that was the point of it. And with a little, another hindsight thing, I went to Tom and I said, can I just say one thing about that scene, because I have to stand there and watch it. Please don't just let it be extras doing it. Nothing wrong with extras, but please make sure that there's a central group who are dancers or performance artists. And I'm going to get their name wrong, but there's a fantastic group of performance artists in Spain where we shot it, called something like Els Furos dels Paios. And it was mesmerizingly beautiful, what they were doing. So what did I feel like? Very moved and admiring and triumphant that this was going to work. Because I knew what was going to be cut, and because of course a lot was, and as the books got fatter, more and more was going to be cut from the films, and I was raking those books for little moments that I thought probably wouldn't make it into the film, but there might be one phrase or half phrase or glimpse of something that I could use if I could then talk to the director and say, can I put this in? And also you just need to know the narrative. You need to know all of what's happening. No, like every actor, the world's a blank page in front of you. You haven't got a clue what's going to happen unless you're very, very lucky right at the beginning. And I was part of a generation of actors where we had it wasn't that strong, but relatively strong union. And if you left drama school, you had to have 44 weeks on your equity card working in the regional theatre. You were not allowed to work on television or in film or in the West End. So in other words, there was a sense of an apprenticeship. Margaret Thatcher got rid of the closed shop, and so now it's open to everybody. That makes it harder and harder for young actors to have a sense of, muscle memory, and for theatres around the country to become places of training. And I work quite closely with Royal Academy of Dramatic Art, where I trained. And it's very hard to shift the perception that, well, when I get out of here, I'm going to be famous tomorrow. And I don't need to tell you, there's an awful lot of that about, so it's even more difficult. I think you have to, as far as I'm concerned, think long term, because cheekbones don't last forever. It's one of the echoes of this film, really, is look what happens to women in Hollywood, and how quickly they are. It's like next. So it is a brave thing to do, to enter the profession, but I hope that what you have is a passion for telling stories and being part of a storytelling chain, and it isn't just about where can I show off. That won't reward you. Anyway,
Right.
by the way, I didn't give up a steady paycheck. we had no money. I was working as a graphic designer and running a design group, but everything works against you. And even back then, the law of that jungle was we had to pay all our bills like tomorrow, and nobody paid us for 3 months. So it was a nightmare. There's a lot of rumors about this, and so I'm very happy to tell you the truth. When I was asked to do it, and I said I would, I said, but I need to talk to her first. And so we were put together on the phone, and Jo Rowling was with her sister at the time. She said, I can't talk, I'll talk to you tomorrow. And, because when I'm alone. And I said, look, I do not know how to play this because I can't. And you got to remember, there's only 3 books at that time. I don't know how to play it. She did not tell me what was going to happen. I knew book by book, like everybody else, what the narrative was. She gave me one small image, and I said to her, and it remains true now, I said, okay, I'll never tell anybody that. It doesn't matter that all the books are out and everybody knows. I still don't and won't. One small image, and I thought, oh, okay, well, that at least means I have to play sort of 2 things at once. But I certainly did not know what the ending was. Well, I mean, I'd have to think back to being 12 again, wouldn't I, for a start? What was I like at 12? I think I'd have to be loyal to Slytherin, wouldn't I? Really. I hope it came from America. I mean, I wouldn't know where in America. As far as I'm concerned, I just do American. He has all this unresolved anger, but the whole story of the film is about how he's releasing himself from that. So it's a bit like a bird learning to fly, so as long as you have some image like that, there's an effort in flapping wings or getting out of a nest or getting up in the air. I think it's everybody's loss. There are, great older women. Why do we always have to look for the new model on the... It's like a car showroom.
Yeah, fresh faces, right?
Yeah, well, it's crazy. It's our loss. It means we're a bit immature, isn't it? I think that's the centre of it, but it's got this bloody awkward background of being set in 17th century France at the court of Louis XIV. If only it were just a poetic love story, but there's all that other stuff. But that's the context, and so some of it's real, some of it's complete invention by Alison Deegan, the writer. So, yeah, there was Le Nôtre designing the gardens at Versailles for Louis XIV. No, he wasn't 35, he was 70 at the time, so movies can slice 35 years off his age, and no, in no way would there have been a woman landscape gardener given the job of designing one of the fountains, which is the story of the film that Kate Winslet plays, because of course there weren't any women with jobs at that time. So hopefully what it is makes you think modern thoughts, all the time while you're watching this thing in frocks and wigs. Because, of course, you discover, we know about the Elgin marbles, but we've also nicked a load of genuine 17th century French interiors, and there's one of them, beautiful as it is, at Waddesdon Manor, and the dining room at Clifton is a 17th century genuine thing, and we just whipped out the dining table and put Louis's bed in it. I think we're the first people to have shot in the state apartments at Blenheim Palace, so yeah, it's all pretty convincing. I didn't really want to put anything on the front of the film. In the end, I kind of caved in and we just put Paris 1682. That's it. That just goes, oh, it's there and it's then. No more than any other, really. I had to become more interested in it. Books on tables, and go down to James Merrifield's room, who's the production designer. It's like a little museum or a fabric shop, all over the walls and every surface covered. So I know more than I did. Lenotre, actually, because, of course, Louis, who could just stand in one spot and point and say, I want, do this, do that. He says, I want a fantastic garden, and pointed at Versailles, which, of course, was the dumbest place to build a garden ever, because it was a mosquito-ridden swamp with terrible irrigation problems. His idea, or, do you like this script, would you like to play Lenotre? But, it was a while ago, and by the time I was free to direct it, that was no longer a case, and I think everything happened in the right way, because by the time we came to shoot it, Kate was the right age to play the part, and you can't now imagine anybody else playing it. Not long after I was sent it, I got involved with Harry Potter, and at that time only 3 of the books were written. So I had no idea that it's going to take up a bit more time.
Just a little couple of years.
What you do know is that you can't direct a film unless you've got, over a year clear.
Yeah.
And even though I was only on Harry Potter for 7 weeks of every year, it still made it impossible to direct a movie.
How did it feel to get back into directing with this one?
Well, I'd been directing in the theatre during that time, and making other movies and appearing on stage in plays and things. You can do those because that's 6 months or 3 months or whatever. And so the directing job, I have discovered, is mostly asking questions and listening to what the input is, and then hopefully there's some kind of marketplace. In the theatre, it's you and the actors. On film, there's an awful lot more help. A lot of lack of ego amongst unbelievably skilled people who will do whatever stupid thing you ask them to do. I can only talk for myself. I don't find it very easy to be schizoid. It was an economic necessity that they could save some money by me not being paid, basically. It's not easy, except that I'm not in it that much, number one. The things that I'm in are mostly with Kate, or they're 2 people. So as long as I felt we were talking to each other and somebody was pointing the camera at it, and when I say somebody, that's Ellen Curas, who's a fantastic DP, and she, of course, was given the job of taste monitor, really, about if you've got somebody looking down the lens at something that's hopefully truthful and intimate, she'll tell you whether it's working. Yeah, well, whatever you want to imagine, it was a mud pit for most of the time, because how we did it was James Merrifield, again, built this wonderful copy of an outdoor ballroom that does exist at Versailles. They'll unlock, you can't kind of wander in, but there's a gate, they'll unlock it, you can go in, and the fountains still work. So he did an amazing copy of that. So we shot it, he built it, and then we just destroyed it gradually. So the mud just increased and increased and increased. And in fact, one of the shots I had to cut from the film, because we hadn't noticed until the last minute, was one of the guys in full wigs and breeches and coat with a pair of Wellington boots. She announced that one 2 weeks into shooting, took me into a trailer and said, I just want you to sit down for a second, I'm 9 weeks pregnant. So I'm afraid, like the practical director I was at that point, I just went, okay, we've got 6 weeks left, that's 15 weeks pregnant by the time we finish. And I know that we've got to throw you in cold water at 1 o'clock in the morning. But she said, don't worry, I have easy pregnancies. And she's not just playing somebody who likes to get her hands dirty. She's playing somebody who has to work in order to put food on the table in a man's world, and she's got a very complicated past that she has to kind of sort out before she can move forward into this love affair, which winds up hopefully making some kind of statement, nothing too political, just there for people to pick up about. Well, almost the last lines they have to each other is, she says, "And what about us?" And he says, "We will shape each other." And you think, well, come on, guys and girls, we could all listen to that one and go, yeah, that's not a bad idea. Well, that's great that he noticed. And Peter Gregson, who's fellow Scots person, it's his first film score.
Wow. How did you choose him? Why did you decide
I
on
was
him?
watching a very small-scale ballet at a theatre called the Print Room when it used to be in a converted print room off the Westbourne Grove, and again, moments of serendipity, this film, like the casting of Matthias Skernetz. You know, I was filming in Brussels, he was in Antwerp, half an hour later we met. So Peter's ballet it used water on the stage and drenching the dancers, and I'm sitting there thinking, this guy knows how to turn water into music. Not that that was always going to be relevant, but at the time I knew this film involved a fountain, and I thought, well, there's that box ticked. And it was incredibly unegocentric music. It was really supporting what the dancers were doing. Then I discover he's 26 years old, and he's really a cellist, quite well known, and you can listen to him talk on TED Talks. But it was actually very moving to see him way down the line conducting an orchestra at Air Studios of his beautiful, beautiful music. Definitely, and he was there all the way through, and so as the emotional life of the film, which is its heart, as it developed, he was there listening with me as to, as the film's heart decided what it was, so it all became quite organic. He said at the beginning, he gathered all the cast and crew together, and he said, "I have one word." On the first day of shooting, before we started, he said, "I have one word: help." And I just know from experience that to really involve the entire cast and crew by truly appreciating what they're bringing rather than ordering people around pays fantastic dividends, and it's not insincere in my case. The thing about being on a film set is, by definition, you're surrounded by experts, because if they're not, they'll get fired by the producers, who are scared. There were a few difficult moments of biting the inside of one's mouth on that film, because the great thing Dean Parisot did on that film was to hire, apart from Tim Allen, and even that was a good idea, the rest of us had all grown up in the theatre. Tim Allen hadn't. And in a way, that was it was a good situation.
Yeah.
But yeah, there were a lot of. I said this the other night, but it was true. I got a prize for being the Sheriff of Nottingham somewhere along the line, and when I went up to get it, I said, "Thank you. This will be a healthy reminder to me that subtlety isn't everything." So sometimes it's good to open that drawer of the paint cupboard, which has only got primary colours in it. Sometimes you're just working in black and beige, but that was full-on primary colours, and it's fun. And I made this movie along with Helen Mirren and Aaron Paul called Eye in the Sky, which couldn't be more different. It's about the use of drones against terrorism.
Good writing. When you turn the pages of a very good script, subject matter is, it's not that it's secondary, but it just proves that you can get interested in anything if it's well written enough. And that was the appeal. I didn't walk on. People think that, but I certainly didn't. It wasn't me. Yeah, it was certainly not my choice, really. But the pressures would be economic. Hey, you get in there and do that, because it won't cost us anything. Films take that long. It's a slow process. The actual shooting of it, these 8 heady weeks of racing against time, and then before that there's like a couple of months of where every second counts so that you're ready and everybody's prepared for those 8 weeks. What you learn about making a movie, as ever, not that I didn't know it as an actor, is that you're surrounded by experts, and I really needed it on this film because the challenges were, well, I mean, with A Winter Guest, it was Scotland in the winter with daylight from 9 till 3. Trying to get a film shot, and there were no night scenes. This one is, it's 17th century France. We shot it in England. It's got carriage crashes, it's got 80 extras, it's got all of the stuff you kind of expect to see in I suppose, a period movie set at the court of Louis XIV. But in actual fact, apart from the fact that anybody who's hot on history will be appalled because it's historically deliberately inaccurate, it's a very simple love story, really. Well, I'm not so sure that that's even true. You know, all sorts of people have the pieces of work of mine and other people's that they like, and it's not that that's the only thing I hear about. Most of the time, I spend my life just wandering around being me, not being some amalgam of characters I played at all. Well, in that case, it did, because I think we were finding a costume that didn't really belong to any particular period, and I think it wasn't just the cuff, it was a kind of cumulative thing. It was about the height of the collar, and it was about the number of buttons, and so, added to the fact that I was wearing black contact lenses, there's something about him that's very closed up, and so it's a bit like, if you were in a Victorian thing, somebody might put on sawn-off mittens, and it makes themselves feel very different than if you're wearing a thing that has, no fingers in it, if you see what I mean. How did it come about? Well, I did two, yeah. One was in demand, and she just rang up and said, "Will you dance a tango with me in a petrol station?" Oh, all right. And then it's just been the 25th anniversary of Texas, and so she gets what she wants. She rang up and she said, "Will you come and do this sort of duet?" Fortunately, I wouldn't dare sing with her, but speaking. Well, I think, it's obvious, really. It's all down to economics these days. And if a small film doesn't have to travel to a studio, and if there's a supportive setup in the Scottish film industry where sets can be built, and you haven't got to travel, 1,000 miles, and it's not just the getting into a studio, you've got those airfares with a crew. Well, there's a movie I've made called Eye in the Sky, which couldn't be more different. It's about the moral dilemma faced by governments in the use of drones against terrorism. Little, I didn't know, that they can now make them the size of a beetle, and it will fly in a window and sit up on a skirting board and can watch us talking, and we will think it's a beetle up there, not a camera.
Fascinating.
So, yeah, but there are, of course, when governments start using those for very serious matters, it's subject for discussion.
I paid a singing teacher a lot of money, actually. It's £80 an hour, but it was worth every cent. I don't judge characters. The worst thing you can do is say they're this, that, or the other. You just step into their shoes and walk in their world, and don't judge them. I think he's a sweetheart.
Well, at the end of any great story, I suppose, like that, it's got to move towards a happy ending. In one sense, and growing up with Harry Potter, you go from 12 years old to, well, a whole school career. I remember that, what it was like going to school at 11 and leaving at 18. I suppose you get some hindsight. Sure, for everybody, yes, and moral values and choices and right and wrong. I, it's a very gradual thing with the books and the stories, you know, and there's no other way of putting it. You're watching, if you go to the center of the story with those three kids, you're watching them become young adults, and so everything changes. You know, they're three little innocent faces, only 3 foot off the ground at the beginning, and then by the end they're meeting the adults more or less at eye level, and romance has entered their lives, and as I just said, choosing big choices in life. They're becoming adults. So it's incremental. It's not as if you can jump from one film, the one at the beginning, to the film at the end and say, well, this is different from that in these ways. It's very much an incremental piece of masterful storytelling. Well, he's very focused. You know, he lives within a very, very tight confines, emotionally, physically. You know, when we finally got to play a scene in what appeared to be his house, you know, I often wondered what that would look like. And I remember walking onto the set and saying to Stuart Craig, I don't know whether you'd have all these pictures on the walls. The books I could understand, but in a sense Stuart was absolutely right. This was the house that his parents built, and in a way all he does is goes there, and you can't believe that he would go into that kitchen and cook any food. You wonder what he eats. Is there a takeaway somewhere at Hogwarts that he occasionally orders in from? Because you can't imagine that there's any other agenda in his life than the one he's set himself. Very important. You know, the world we live in now is one where we leapfrog ourselves all the time, and we have to give interviews about things before people have seen them, and so a lot of innocence is taken away from not just children, because of course grown-ups have been enjoying this series of books, but of course I come into contact with a lot of hopeful little faces clutching whatever is their latest copy of the book, being introduced, and we've all had this experience of being pointed out to children in the street or in some on a red carpet somewhere. And once they get over their confusion that I don't have a load of black hair, then you can see a huge conversation going on with themselves and with this book that has opened up their imaginations. And I've just never wanted to get in the way of that, because it's precious. And as I say, a kind of innocence that you can't rip away from people. When I walked onto the set to work with Richard Harris, that's iconic. And you think, I'm actually sitting in a makeup chair next to this guy, and I've grown up watching him. And then moving on to Michael. Similarly, you know, when I was at drama school, an iconic figure to young actors. So there's that level to it, which is just that you're working with these people. And then there's a human level too, which is you get to know them. And Michael I knew a bit before anyway, but sitting in a makeup chair with Richard Harris, and he's talking about Beckett and Shakespeare and Pirandello, and then you go onto the set, Michael Gambon, you're always only this far away from him making you laugh. So, you know, you're proud if you've got a take where he hasn't cracked you up. Well, if you're playing somebody, you don't judge them. So I don't know about things like forbidding or scary or mysterious or any of that. You take the information you've got in the writing, and Jo Rowling's quite clear. She said he never raises his voice. And there was nothing ever deliberate, but you know, the nature of filming is that there's little or no rehearsal, you're straight into it. That means, and you're starting with 3 12-year-olds. And I walk onto the set with black lenses in my eyes and all black outfit and a black wig. And one thing I can say for sure is that as soon as I put that costume on, something happens. You can't be someone else inside that outline. It has an effect on me. And also you don't have time because you're looking for real concentration and you're trying to be as helpful to these 3 young people as possible. So it's better that I'm focused and not mucking about. So I'm not surprised if they got a bit alarmed, but it was just the nature of the beast. Absolutely crucial, and I suppose it's in a way the one shame of the advance of CGI. You know, we started this whole thing going off to locations in Oxford and Gloucester and various Gothic corridors. And by the end, or 10 years later, the technique is so sophisticated that you end the film on a pile of old grass with a football stadium of lights around, knowing that they're going to fill in the background. So your imagination really has to work hard by the end of it. But the interiors, we're completely blessed by having absolute genius in Stuart Craig. And there's still a child in me that goes up to a pillar that I'm this far away from it and I know it's made of polystyrene, but I have to tap it because it's so real. Oh no, it's crucial because your imagination is fed.
Hello. I have to remember what kind of films were knocking around when I was a child. I remember the school cinema club was full of things like the Titfield Thunderbolt. And then things changed a lot when I went to art school. Mm. And suddenly you discover there's this person called Antonioni who can make a film where there's a scene with a piece of paper blowing down the street. Then you start to wake up a bit and things change. I don't know that I thought this would be part of my life. To be perfectly honest, having a film career at all is a bit of a surprise. I went to a school that had a very strong drama tradition, and so there was a lot of theatre going on, and I still acted while I was at art school. You can see how the dots join up a bit, and you see that the art school part of me gets put together with the drama school part of me and the theatre part of me, and then somewhere in there you find that there's this desire and this sort of somewhat trained desire to direct. Totally. I figured, or somebody told me, you've got about 2 weeks of people's attention. We'd finished 6 months in New York, and I didn't know how any of this happened. I didn't know anything about LA. I didn't really know anything about the film business. I went to meet some casting directors. I went to meet some producers, and I think it was 2 days after I got there, I was offered Die Hard. Never made a film before, but I was extremely cheap. I read it and I said, what the hell is this? I'm not doing an action movie. And agents and people said, Alan, you don't understand, this doesn't happen. You've only been in LA 2 days and you've been asked to do this film. Okay, but I suppose ignorance was bliss in a way. It reminds me of the discussions that went on, which must have been out of me being stupid, because I was being fitted for all this terrorist gear. I said, why would I be wearing this when I've got all these huge hulks who are going to do all the dirty work? So I was just thinking, if I was wearing a suit and not all of this terrorist gear, then maybe there could be a scene where I put on an American accent and he thinks I'm one of the hostages. I kind of got the Joel Silver, get the hell out of here, you'll wear what you're told. And then I came back and they handed me the new script. So, it just pays to occasionally use a little bit of theatre training when you're doing a movie. What do you have for breakfast? Where did he come from? I'm going to look ridiculous in those costumes. If you look carefully at any of the scenes with the guns, you'll see me blinking. I remember towards the end of the shooting, they said, you've got to fall from the top of the building, and I thought about it. I said, I'll do it. They said, okay, well, we'll train you. Which meant one afternoon, I think, of dropping from 10 feet, 15 feet, 20 feet, 30 feet.
so on. I had to pull my own cord to release me. I had to remember to bring the gun up and get it in the frame. And then he said, as you're going down, make sure you spread your arms into a kind of star shape, because if you don't, you'll start turning and you'll land on your head and kill yourself. And we did it 3 times at 3 o'clock in the morning, and it was the very last shot of mine in the film.
Wow.
Just in case. Here's a true story. I had a habit of going and having lunch with a very great writer, playwright, now dead, sadly, called Peter Barnes. And I knew I was going to do Robin Hood, and I said, will you have a look at this script, because it's terrible. He said, well, here where it says you're coming down the corridor, you should have a wench in a doorway, and then you should say, you, my room, 10:30, and then turn to the other wench and say, you, 10:45. So given the script to Ruby Wax, and she came around to my house. I said, you read the script? No, I didn't have time. Just say the lines to me. You, my room, 10:30, you, 10:45. Immediately she said, and bring a friend. And I knew it had worked, because as I cleared the camera, I saw about 80 members of the crew just go. And then occasionally, Mary Elizabeth Mastrantonio, who was being sort of seriously made Marion, she'd come over to do one of the scenes with us, and she'd say, I want to be in his film. Well, theatre was also always in there. I think somewhere around that time I was also rehearsing Hamlet. I like the risk factor in work. I like feeling a bit unsafe. And theatre, of course, is deadly. That was, I suppose, what comes around goes around in a way. Juliet Stevenson and I had done a lot of work in the theatre together. You know, you say everybody fell in love with that film. I wouldn't say the critics did.
Oh, really? Okay.
And I wouldn't say, I think it was even on Room 101 once. A lot of people thought he's going to direct Jane Austen, but I'd seen Eat, Drink, Man and Woman, and you just thought, well, this is an inspired choice, really, because he's visually so wonderful. Added to which, Emma had written an absolutely wonderful script. You know, you kind of had to interpret what Ang was saying quite a lot of the time. My one was, Alan, be more subtle, do more. I think if you're smart, you learn from all of them, and you watch them thinking, well, I wouldn't handle it like that. So you learn from that as much as going, well, I'm stealing that. That's the joy of filmmaking. And people think I knew a lot, and I didn't. When I was asked to do it, there were only 3 books written. And so, by and large, I was learning with the readers. Every time there was a new book, basically, I was just going, oh, I'm still in it. It was a very changing thing, of course, as it would be over 10 years. Apart from anything else, 3 leading actors start out at 12 years old and then they're 22. Meanwhile, CGI is growing up along with you. So at the beginning of it all, we used to go off on location. Forget that by the end of it. You know, we were in a pile of old grass around at the back of Leavesden Studios with a big football stadium of lights. And I will never forget, on the last film at 3 o'clock in the morning, Michael Gambon staggering up this piece of old grass, looking at me and saying, am I dead in this scene? I really admired things he asked for, like he said, I want the camera to be able to shoot this through 360 degrees. So this was a piece of scene painting and set construction like you really won't see anymore. And I work a lot at RADA still, and I brought all the technical students onto the set. I said, you have got to go and look at that piece of scene painting there. It's that weird circumstance where the letterbox clatters and 180 pages of a script dropped through. Alison Deegan, and it was her first script. I loved the fact that she knew her subject, Louis XIV and the building of Versailles. You know, the central character is a woman that couldn't possibly have existed, a woman landscape gardener, or a woman with a job. So it's a male-dominated world with a lot of women who are merely decorative objects. Weirdly, that has modern parallels still. So I like that about it. One of my great beliefs is not to think about what you're saying, think about what you're hearing, so that what you say is automatic. Then you've got a chance of something happening between you, because you're not focusing on yourself, you're focusing on the other person. Then there might be a story. and Kate is one of the greatest listeners you'll ever sit in an editing room thanking God for when you want to watch a character learn about herself, which is what she has to do in this film, figure out who she is. Maybe the same answer to acting, really. It's not a very conscious choice a lot of the time. It's just, you spend your teenage years and school years figuring out what it is you're going to do, and if you're on the arts, it's like compulsion, stuff inside your body that sends you in one direction or another, and or body, soul, heart, mind, bloodstream. When I was 18, I didn't go to drama school, I went to art school, and so I was 5 years of all of that, and 3 years as a graphic designer, and then eventually when I was 25 I went to drama school. So at some point along the way it was getting the art school bit of me down off of the shelf because it had been trained, and putting it together with whatever I'd learned as an actor, and then the word direct emerges out of that mishmash. Well, acting's got its nightmarish qualities sometimes, I can assure you. Just standing in the wings thinking, what the hell am I doing here? And knowing you're going to be doing that for 6 months, 8 times a week, can be. Yeah, but it's storytelling, and telling a story, I'm sure novelists find their job nightmarish, sitting alone and staring at a piece of paper. But telling a story is a compulsive thing to want to do. It's not as if you seem to have much choice in it. There's a story that's demanding to be told, and once I'd read the script of this film, I knew that I was stuck to it and had to make it happen. Alison Deegan, whose name is on the credits as one of the screenplay writers, so is mine and Jeremy Brock's, but we were really there as a kind of editing device or structural help to a script that is hers, really, or the idea is hers, the research is hers, the invention of it is hers, because Kate's character, of course, couldn't possibly have existed at that time. You would not, so in a way the point of the film is there would not have been a woman who was anything other than a decorative object at that time. So that's already fascinating. And the fact that Alison had never written a script before, the fact that when it landed through my letterbox quite a while ago, you're reading something by somebody who's seriously dyslexic, as in not just no punctuation, she only knew to put commas in, and they're there after almost every second word, just as a kind of tick. So pretty hard to read, and 180 pages of it. So a lot of editing you knew was going to be going on, but at the same time, wonderfully fresh story idea and also dialogue. I admire them all hugely as actors. And then you have to think, well, why do I admire them all as actors? And they're all truth tellers, and they all value listening as much as performing. And so you know that the silences are going to be worth something. And just, you can put the camera on Kate for hours as she's listening to somebody else, and she's playing somebody who's having to figure out who she is, as indeed is Matthias. And you've got two faces that are thinking all the time. And that, to me, is often much more interesting than the person who's speaking. And it so happens that I think that Kate and Matthias had great chemistry together, so, there's a sexual charge between them that's really important, and you can't even pin that down. It's like the space between two people. There's just this invisible line that you can twang. That certainly is true in the theatre. Adrian Scarborough and Adrian Schiller, who play the two guys at the beginning of the interview, Stephen Waddington, who plays Dura. These are all terrific. Well, the script had been with me for a while because I I wasn't free to direct a movie for quite a long period of time, and
We noticed.
yeah. And so in a way, Kate became the person for the part because she became old enough. You know, the pressure on actresses is so much to be young enough, but actually it was a sort of a relief to be able to say, you're actually too young to play this part, until she was in her late 30s. Because of course it had to be a woman you could believe was a professional and could have had a 6-year-old daughter who died. That's part of the narrative. So it was sort of obvious, really. And also, you know, she's passionate about playing independent women. Rehearsal, first of all, you ask for rehearsal to be built into the budget. And so we, in the end, we only had like 10 days, but it's still enough time to be in a room with a text, with actors, and not with somebody with a stopwatch and a clipboard. So it's just you guys talking it through, and people have come and done their homework, and you know, some of that was necessary for a project like this. But then it's just about saying the words and then talking. So you know, a friend of mine once said that, you know, a rehearsal room should be a marketplace. And I really believe that, well, this is what I think, what do you think? Oh, that's interesting, well, let's do that then. Well, let's try this. Oh, wait a minute, here's a completely new idea. And when you've got people like Kate and Matthias, if we just take those two, never mind the others who are all, and Stanley is also a film director, and a very fine one. That's difficult not to be aware of when he walks onto the set. And he's looking around with a very different set of eyes to everybody else. Kate probably should direct a film. You know, I've said that to her. She's got such a kind of acute brain. I think there's just hopefully a lot of mutual respect in the air, and but we all work from the same standpoint, which is the story is the important thing. You know, I don't know how people do it. Obviously, there's enough examples around, but it's just a nightmare. You know, your entire being is focused on this event called making a film, and then somebody's tying you up into bows and boots and sticking a wig on your head, and you've got to sort of alter your focus. The only thing that made it bearable was the fact that, in a way, Louis XIV is a sort of film director, waiting for the movies to be invented. Maybe he wouldn't have built Versailles if he could have made film. No, it's a nightmare. Very difficult. You're walking through a production office that's filled with 100 people working away, and me and the producer know that if there isn't a phone call, by the time we finish that day's work, those people are all going home tomorrow. But you have to start, and then you hope the phone call comes. And so, yes, huge kudos to Lionsgate and the BBC, but also to some independent funding sources that don't particularly wish to be credited.
Oh, really?
Yep, all of that. I suppose we all have somebody like Orson Welles to look back on and think, well, there was an extraordinary self-made entity who fought tooth and nail to get his films made. If the costumes didn't arrive, he dressed people in sheets and said, that's what this scene's going to be about, because we haven't got anything to put them in, and then it becomes an iconic scene. And meanwhile, he's producing and acting and directing. That's not for me, but I think you have to, if you're involved in the arts at all, one of your jobs is to put your finger endlessly up to the wind. And these days, that wind so much involves social media and the way that people in the future are maybe not going to go to the movies in quite the same way. They're all going to sit at home and have home movie theatres. And so I'm battling against that, because I love being in a cinema with 300 or 400 or 800 people being told a story. And I still think that storytelling is like blood. You know, it's how we understand who we are. And if we've all got our heads down on iPhones and iPads, we're lost. We've got to sit down in the dark and have once upon a time said to us. A lot of it's round up the usual suspects. You know, you and I could probably sit here and, you know, talk about the same movies and the same directors. I've been very lucky to have worked with some amazing directors and learnt from them, and half of them are nutcases in the best possible way. You know, I've watched Mike Newell shout at a cloud. I've watched Ang Lee sit on his own in the middle of a field eating a pink iced bun at lunchtime, etc., etc. And I did sit, my great hero was Robert Altman, and I have sat opposite him knowing that I was going to not be in a film that he made because I didn't quite believe in the character enough. But you know, if I think back to when I sat in the cinema and watched Nashville, and I think this movie's changing my life in some way. And there's even a moment in Little Chaos which is absolutely stolen from Nashville in a way, which is when Kate is listening to Matthias sing a song. And that's when Lily Tomlin is in that club in Nashville, and you think, look at that actress doing absolutely nothing. She's not moving a muscle, and you know she's falling in love. And you think, there's the power of cinema, to tell that story about that relationship and that woman, and what that relationship is going to be with Keith Carradine singing. Yay! Well, because it's so political too, that's
Yes.
the other thing. So you've got it all going on.
Yeah.
And it's possible to make a deeply political film that's also deeply personal. He's called Harry. He works at a fair trade office. He's married to Karen, who is the sister of the Prime Minister. They have 2 kids, and they think they have a happy life. It's a good relationship. It's just that I guess they've both got very busy lives, and that often leads to little chinks in the armour, if you like, and into one of those chinks steps a young woman called Mia, who works in Harry's office. Same way it would change your relationship with your wife, or anybody's wife, if a young woman in a red dress entered your life, your shared lives. No, I don't think he was expecting any of it. I think it hit him by surprise as much as anybody else. As I say, it's just like a moment in time. You turn your head one way and one thing happens, turn another way and something else happens. But like perhaps a lot of men, he was weak enough to give in. First of all, I was asked.
Always helps.
Second of all, it's good to work with people that you've worked with before, if you like and trust them. And Emma Thompson's playing my wife, and in a sense that means we almost don't have to rehearse the relationship. Not that we're married or anything, but we do know each other well, and we've worked together a few times now. Well, when I directed a movie, I was a first-time director, so I have no business judging anybody else. All directors are first-time directors at some point, and I think frankly, if you're brave enough to say you'll do the job, then you have a load of courage to begin with, and that's going to be a huge advantage. Well, like any good writer, he's got a very personal rhythm, and so for an actor, it's it's a definite bonus to pick up a script and find a particularity about the rhythm and the wit that you can just sort of dive into. It kind of tells you how to do it. The comedy will come from people recognizing their own relationships in it, I guess, and perhaps particularly the relationship that Karen and Harry have with their children. They've got a difficult older son who gives them a few problems, but so it'll be laughter of recognition rather than particularly laughter of gags. Well, it's quite nice to hand over the responsibility to the editor, I think. I just saw him, actually. Good luck. because it's going to be an interesting job putting the thing together. No, I think one's because I've read the whole script, I'm very aware of what the other stories are. I think the good thing is that each of the particular tales that you follow and the relationship that you follow have very different colours and textures, if you like, so you just got to land accurately on your own and stay with that. It's about long-lasting love, and it's about the laziness that can come from that, and the regretfulness, and the truth of that love, and the need of it, and the way it can, something as powerful as that can be casually damaged if you're not careful. Well, it's great because Emma's first of all a wonderful actor, and she's very smart, and she's also a writer too. So you can have a kind of even Stevens discussion about the script, the characters, the relationship, and it becomes a proper kind of marketplace of ideas between two actors. Who isn't? Really? At some time or another, everybody likes to either get or be given, or to give some flowers, or a song, or. Well, I think romance is a result. It's not something that you're playing. You're hopefully playing the truth of a situation and a relationship. Truly, Madly, Deeply is an intensely romantic film, but I don't think we were aware of. We're not thinking about that when we're doing it. It's a live event, and so you're at the mercy of some version of the elements, and so it should be. You feel moments when it comes unstuck and the whole audience knows that something's gone wrong, and a certain silence descends, because they're suddenly aware that you're an actor and you're not. They don't believe in you and the character for that second, and then you've got to work hard for the next 5 minutes. It's okay. Well, we're no different to writers or poets or any other. Well, that we are different because we interpret. We don't actually create in that sense. But not if I can help it. No, it doesn't thrill me. Yes, but you only speak as a human being in life, and therefore, if you're trying to reproduce life on stage, and whenever I've talked to students, or indeed worked with young actors when I was directing The Winter Guest as a movie, particularly, I have an absolute mantra, which is that you only speak because you wish to respond to something you've heard. So the notion of an actor going away and looking at a speech they have in their bedroom alone at night is a complete nonsense to me. What you have to say is completely incidental. All one wants to see from an actor, to me, is the intensity and accuracy of their listening. And then what you have to say will become automatic. And then it will be free and alive. And then you can work on it and shape it and talk about it. But the basic kind of engine to it is how accurate is your listening and how alive are you to your fellow actors, and how accurate is your response and how bold. I've just been on the trading floor. This is somebody who, never got maths down as a 12 or 14-year-old, so I don't know what they're talking about. But I was given my lines over the phones, and apparently I made some deals on behalf of spinal muscular atrophy, which is what I'm here representing. This is an amazing opportunity for smaller charities who don't have big budgets to develop research or even tell people about, what's going on. You need the big brother element to come in and help the little people.
Well, thank you. This will be a healthy reminder to me that subtlety isn't everything. But also of how much I owe to Kevin Reynolds, the director. He was working in a kind of maelstrom, and he's my hero, so thank you very much.
Not at all. Remain seated. No, I think it's the fact of the matter, really, which was the only reason I actually, in the end, agreed to do it, was because I don't know how people direct and act at the same time. It's a sort of insane thing to even attempt, but the rule about being somebody called Louis XIV is you don't actually go anywhere. You stand still and people come to you, which makes it a lot easier to...
do both roles.
Yeah. didn't really. Well, I mean, you kind of feel like a producer. And my other role in it is screenplay,
Yeah.
but really and truly, it's Alison's. You know, every word of it is Alison Deegan's, and Jeremy Brock and I think I said somewhere along the line, you know, she made the bricks and we came in with the cement and the trowels. It's true. She's phenomenally talented in a completely fresh and original way. It may help that her husband is Sebastian Barry, great novelist and playwright, so, you know, words and language and Irishness are in the house. I didn't really intend to leave it this long. It's just that, you know, Harry Potter came along and that meant that I was tied to something, and I didn't know when we started there were 3 books, so I didn't know that I was in the 4th, etc., etc. And although I was directing in the theatre all through that period, and acting in other movies, I don't know that there's any rule to it all. You know, I've been very lucky with the directors that I've worked with, who are very sympathetic to actors and also challenging. I think maybe the difference having an actor direct actors is you kind of, you know, you all share the same bruises, and maybe actors give the acting a little more time, and you know, you ask for rehearsal. Yeah, I mean, what I love about the script and Alison's imagination is the fact that in a way it is a very complicated backdrop, but it's actually a kind of eternal love story, and it feels like a real counterpoint to the times, and at the same time, I think what's good about it is that you sort of forget the period, and you just start to, you know, one of the things I said to the costume designer is, please don't make them costumes, make them clothes. And to Ivana, who did all the hair and makeup, please don't let anybody look as if they've just come out of the hair and makeup van. So, you know, there is hair that's not in place, and there are clothes that get dirty. So, well, we were in the real thing, you know, we were filming at Blenheim Palace. We had 3 days in that extraordinary place, and the Duke of Marlborough, the late Duke of Marlborough, let us film in the state apartments that nobody's ever filmed in before. So, you know, half of you is like a kid in a toy shop, and then the weird thing about making a film is that you colonize wherever you are, and you go, okay, it's mine now. I own Blenheim Palace. I think it's the best thing she's ever done. I think it's a really magnificent performance because it's so simple, and I know she identified hugely with the role. You've got to remember that it's a ludicrous setup to say that there could possibly have been a woman landscape gardener at that time. That's, in a way, that's the metaphor and point of the film. Couldn't have happened. Women were just there to be decorative objects at that time, so, and that's kind of the point. And as much as Kate is effortlessly beautiful, she also loves getting dirty. She's, you know, she's amazing at doing all the research, and then the good news is that when the cameras are rolling, she just drops it and listens and answers. Yeah, and she has a go because she has to, because that's the only way she's, you know, was a single parent, which is one of the points of the narrative. She's got to feed her kid, or did at that time before something happened. But yeah, like a lot of people, you go, well, these are my circumstances, I just have to deal with it. I look at gardens, I appreciate them. There's no point in letting me loose in one. Well, and also I think that's a true bit of the story, is that Louis did love flowers, and Lenôtre absolutely wasn't having any of that in his formal gardens. What does he mean by supernatural, do you think?
He hopes that some of what he saw in Harry Potter was real.
Right. Well, tell him his imagination is the realest thing he's got. Well, I liked his energy and the fact that he's curious about everything, and looked people straight in the eyes. He didn't kind of ignore people. Curious about everything, but completely hopeless with the dishwasher, and couldn't even work out that there was an on-off switch. You know, he's in the kitchen surrounded by suds, and he hasn't actually turned the damn thing off. So that's endearing, and his curiosity is gives you a sense of his energy. But it wouldn't be enough were it not for the fact that he gets caught up in a human situation which is perhaps completely outside his experience and his education, where he's come from or what he ever expected to encounter. And I liked the fact that he dealt with it sensitively. I think he does know what's going on at the end, but he hasn't got the vocabulary to discuss it, and in a way that's one of his strengths, I suppose, is that there's just a kind of silent caring for her, because I think, if my memory serves me correctly, he's stroking an injury on her leg, putting some cream on her leg and saying, "I don't want to know." But as far as I was concerned, the way he said, "I don't want to know," said he already knew. But I don't know where you'd begin. I think what's great about him is he didn't say, "Get out of my house," in any kind of Victorian manner. He was going to deal with it. He was pretty grown up. I came back from America straight into, well, I think they were 2/3 of the way through the shoot. I decided to turn that to my advantage. I didn't have any option, and I just thought it was an interesting atmosphere to walk into, and I thought, well, that's a Sinclair kind of thing, this is interesting, and used that energy to my advantage, I think, and also Sinclair's sort of lack of knowledge about personal things. So the difficulty was, of course, developing a proper relationship with Saskia, but I knew her from before, so that was easier than it might have been. And then it just honestly became practical, like filming does, and all of that nonsense, arty nonsense, goes out the window, and you find yourself, because it was the hottest summer, the film was blessed in that sense, because it was lifted into an atmosphere of its own. Every day that we needed it, there was this blazing sun. Sometimes more than we needed it. We're shooting a picnic and the cheese is melting into the cloth. We can't eat it because it's now glue. And we were having to use sunshades, and it turned Cliveden and that area of the river into something mysterious and almost like out of Beverly Hills. If there were a river in Beverly Hills, that's what it would look like. So you were constantly made uneasy about the surrounding. Well, I suppose the decision I took about Sinclair and his attitude to money was that he was born to it. It wasn't, he wasn't a self-made man in that sense. I think he's obviously clever at business, but it's been something he's been surrounded by all his life. And so therefore, much like many of the British upper classes, they do have a sense of humour and irony and devil-may-careness about money. And I suppose I was feeding off of that to a large extent. Sinclair's sex life is the sex life of many a British male, I think. I don't know about him because he's fictional, but when I was at school, an all-boys school, there was absolutely no sex education. We used to have to beg the divinity master to tell us about sex instead of religion. And that was just in a kind of titillating way. Wasn't really to get any information, although I suppose we must have done, because he was a responsible guy, and I'm sure Sinclair comes from that background. It's just ignorance. And when he makes love to his wife and then turns over and reads a book, I don't think it's out of a hard heart or an insensitive soul. Just doesn't know. There might be more to it than that. Well, it's interesting going from something like Close Fires to Prince of Thieves, if that was the order it happened in, and I think it probably was. Because they inherit something and close my eyes, and that mentality or that approach to the work. I remember Mary Elizabeth Mastrantonio, who was moving between my scenes and Kevin Costner's scenes. When she was on our set, she would say, "I want to be in his film." Which is not to say that there were two films going on, but it's my habit and practice and training and everything to look at the writing and look for clues in order to give it a specific life. And the difference with a big Hollywood movie is that they don't often give you time to do that, because the pressure is on the set and the shooting schedule and looking after people for different reasons because of fame, rather than let's all get together and tell this story. As it happens, that was the concern of everybody on that film, including all of the big names. It's just a different experience, but you have to be, I'm the same person in different experiences. When I shot Die Hard, I'd never made a film before. I had no other recourse than what I'd done before, and immediately before that I had just spent 2 years on and off doing Les Liaisons Dangereuses, which was about many things. I mean, in some ways the ultimate 80s play. Incredibly sexy, without anybody taking their clothes off. Very intricate writing. And also, by the end of it, it was just about stamina and how do you keep it fresh every night. So it's what rules do you live by, really. And in a way, theatre just, it's like Peter Brook says, choose your church carefully. It's a religion. So I had nothing else to take to the set of Die Hard, except to say, who is this person, where did he come from, what did he have for breakfast? And in actual fact, asking those questions affected the script, because I went for a costume fitting and there was a kind of rail of terrorist gear. And I put it on, but I said, I'm going to look ridiculous in this stuff. And I knew that all of the people in the film that were working for me were like 6 foot high and 6 foot wide, and that's fine for them. And I said, wouldn't it be interesting if I was wearing a suit and not all of this stuff? Because if I was wearing a suit, then perhaps I could meet the Bruce Willis character. Anyway, I went away for a few weeks and came back and started shooting, and they'd written it into the film, and it became quite an important part of the film, that we had a relationship and we met, and I produced an American accent. So that happened just by saying, what about, who is, where did he come from, type of questions. I think creating one's space in Die Hard happened through a mixture of belief in the power of storytelling, and that's my part. I'm involved in a chain, I'm in the middle between a script and an audience, and unless I can be a clear channel between those two things, then I get uncomfortable and I'm bad. And you end up doing that awful thing that bad directors say, just be yourself. Well, who cares, I would like to be this character, but in order to... So if it's chutzpah, then I fight for it hard, yes. You often have to change your vocabulary. You get a sense of who the director is. In the case of Die Hard, when I said to him, well, I'm about to shoot all these people. I mean, I first of all couldn't imagine that I was ever going to be in this situation doing a film like that. I'm very proud of that film and its ironies and ambiguities. I don't think they've made another one as good, because we asked all these questions. But there I am in front of a room full of captives, and I've got a gun and I'm about to shoot them if they misbehave. And I said to the director, well, there's a buffet here, because we'd interrupted a party in the scene. I said, could I just sit and have a chicken sandwich while I'm threatening to kill them? And he looked at me as if I was mad and started laughing. And then, you know, every time I said something, he would just walk away laughing. But he let me do it, because I think he knew that I was, I don't know, on some kind of jack of my own, and that it seemed to be working. Harry Potter is a different kind of thing because it's not exactly swimming in ambiguity. So, you know, you have your outline of your character. You are very much part of the process of drawing that outline. And then you must step into it and inhabit it. My character doesn't come into contact with too much special effects, because he's one of the teachers in the school and doesn't really go outside it very much, which is where creatures tend to emerge, or trees burst into life, or people get into cars that fly. So I haven't encountered too much of that. But it's just, you know, it just comes under the heading of it's part of the job. It's like being dropped from 40 feet into an airbag in Die Hard before. You know, that wouldn't happen now. Now it would be done in a computer and they'd be able to make it look completely believable. But I was actually dropped 3 times at 3 o'clock in the morning, and it was the last shot, because if I died, it didn't matter, because they'd have it in the can. I think it's just, it's an instinct or an impulse. You page 1, page 2, page 3, and then pictures start jumping around. And because I have an art school background and then ran a design group, it's like, okay, that bit of me is waking up and joining itself up with the actor bit, and then that means you want to direct this. Depends on turning that script page, you know. It won't be without the kind of animal response to something and saying, I need to make these pictures real. I did. I mean, it's the thing about the film is, of course, that all of that, you can only call it stuff, is the backdrop to what is actually, I hope, a very modern story about a man and a woman slowly growing together and figuring out who they are as individuals before they become a couple. But of course the background needs an awful lot of homework to be done. Thank God for movies where every department has a real expert. So James Merrifield's workroom was like a museum and a fabric shop and calligraphy centre. It was beautiful to watch it all coming to life. Well, I said every so often it should feel like we just stop, sit back and see a kind of tableau or painting or something of the period, and then we move into it. And that was really taking her not out of her comfort zone. I think she became quite excited by it because, you know, she's usually a very free and easy cinematographer, and this is really quite still and controlled for her, but I think she did an amazing job. And that comes out of going to Versailles and hearing stories about Louis going to sleep with 80 men watching him. And you kind of figure why, and a way of controlling them and making sure they couldn't plot against him because they all had to stand there and just stare at him through the night. What's wonderful about Kate is the fact that as a director you've got somebody who doesn't walk onto the set saying, what are we shooting today? She knows exactly where she is. She's done all the homework, but then her sense of humour never leaves her. Her sense of enjoyment of filming never leaves her. So you've got this person who's alive head to foot as well as prepared. All of them, one way or another, because, you know, whether you like the way somebody's working or don't, you're then forced to go, and what would I do in this circumstance? And so you always learn from it. But I was very influenced, I suppose, by a memory of working with Anthony Minghella when it was his first film, and he gathered all the actors and crew together, and he said on the first day, he said, "Okay, everybody, I have one word, help." And I thought, well, that's vulnerable. So it's okay. And then over the years, you learn very much that one of the most reassuring things a director can ever say to an actor when asked a question is, "I don't know." And everybody go, "Oh, okay, we'll find out." It's just always a relief in a way to get a script which is about the world that we all live in and is completely current in its issues and the characters that inhabit it. So, you know, you're looking at your own life as well as other people's. He is definitely a human being. At kind of either end of the story, you get a small sense of a personal life. Above and beyond that, I mean, the central issue in the film is something about which he has a very clear notion of, you know, how to control and how to respond to. You rely on the biggest tool that an actor has in his or her armory, which is their imagination. You just have to, you know, we spent all day yesterday with Gavin talking us through you know, the major military operation in the film, and we're looking at nothing, but he was very helpful in the way that he told the story, and because in a way he's lived through it. So a lot of acting is creating pictures in your own mind. A huge part of the story is Benson's immense frustration with, you know, the shifting sands of political personalities. He's in the room with people who next week might be, you know, in another post, and the way, of course, that professional politicians operate is, and business in all sorts of environments, is to not be the one that takes the decision and always refer up to the next person. So it is immensely frustrating in the narrative of the film for him needing to act now to avert a catastrophe, but the politicians not wanting to be the one who presses the go button. This is a very modern phenomenon that we're looking at a screen in a room in Whitehall at drones that are being operated by somebody in Nevada, and we're looking at pictures that are happening in Nairobi. And we will get up and walk out into a London street and go home after all of this. Really and truly, what I wanted to do was make the story of Sabine and Lenôtre, i.e. Kate and Matthias. It just so happens that it's set against that incredibly difficult to finance and incredibly difficult to realize world. But it's a wonderful context to put a very modern story into a not modern backdrop. The fact that she couldn't possibly have existed then, you know, it's a complete fabrication. There would never have been a woman with a job at that time, and that's what's interesting about the movies. First of all, a character like that can be created, and secondly, we can slice 35 years off of Lenôtre's age, because he would have been 70 at the time of this story. So, you know, hooray for the movies.
Oh.
I'd like you to come up with another name, frankly. You know, you read this part, independent woman, doesn't mind getting her hands dirty, wants to make you believe in her story. Kate, you learn a lot from one to the other. You know, in the rehearsal room in the theatre, you learn to trust your actors, to involve them, to make sure that, as I was just saying, it's a marketplace of ideas. And on film, you have the great, great luxury of being surrounded by experts. In the theatre, it's often you and the cast, but designer, lighting designer, but you know, you're absolutely surrounded by this huge cushion on a film set. I don't know whether I notice people's age on a set or anything. I hope I notice how much you are listening to each other and responding to each other and generous with each other, and I, as you may know, have spent some of the last few years of my life working with very young actors, except I watched them from when they were 11 till when they were 22. I hope I am
sufficiently uncynical to learn from young actors as well. There's, I think, innocence is absolutely what one has to hang on to as an actor. You know, it is what we do is in the theatre anyway is called play and pretend. And if you become too knowing as you get older, I think it's very dangerous. You have to be very innocent and be in touch with the child in you at all times. Well, unfortunately, I don't think you can have an accurate screenplay, a screenplay credit, which should read screenplay by Alison Deegan, interfered with, but that would be more accurate, and that's the truth. You know, Alice, it is her first screenplay, and somewhere along the line in the way of things, it kind of needed a couple of structural engineers, I suppose, and people with an eye on the budget. But it landed through my letterbox one day, all 180 pages of it, and as I've talked about this before, so I'm not being disloyal to her, Alison is dyslexic, so it was 180 pages of a script with almost no punctuation, a comma after every 3 words. So, you know, it took a while to read it, but I kind of, like all good scripts, you're hooked by about page 4. I think somebody's probably said this is a classic way of knowing that it's a film you're going to be involved in. You keep turning the pages. And she's extremely Irish, and I knew her and know her husband quite well, who's Sebastian Barry, who's a wonderful novelist and playwright. And so writing's absolutely in the household. And I think what happened was once her kids were kind of grown up, she thought, well, I'm not acting at the moment, and I'm just going to sit down and write. And she really knows her stuff about the court of Louis XIV. So not only did it have a kind of veracity to it, and also a real beauty to the language, because it's slightly off the ground, you know, in the same way as Beckett is Beckett, partly because he's Irish, or maybe largely because he's Irish. There's a use of English that is very special. But also because she'd taken a period of history that we all think we know something about, or at least we have preconceptions. I'm sure most of you know this, but, you know, okay, there's a Louis XIV, there's a Versailles, there's a Lenotre who designed the gardens. There absolutely is not a woman landscape gardener. This, in many ways, is Alison's point. Why not? And where are the modern parallels to a situation of a male-dominated world where a woman would not and could not have had a profession like that? There were women were cooking, cleaning, sewing at one level of society, or standing about looking gorgeous at the other level of society and getting dumped as soon as they weren't quite so gorgeous anymore. So, and I really admired the way she'd made a real world that was half fantasy, half reality. Well, it was never my idea to play the part. That much is true. It became a kind of economic necessity, and you're grateful for the fact that he's not in every scene. And it is true to say that at some point I thought, well, actually, you know, there's something here that makes it a little less difficult than it might be, which is whatever is the look in the eye of a director on the set, you know, ever watchful and seeing everything, is probably useful for Louis XIV. But there the resemblance ends, because because I am an actor, I approach the film set and my fellow actors as a much more democratic process than perhaps a despot or a Deus Ex Machina or a Sun King might. So yeah, I hope that I'm certainly aware of the fact that somebody said to me this, that, you know, making a film is like going to war, and it's sort of true.
and you are the head of the cavalry, but you know, you look behind you and there's this fantastic infantry. And the great thing about a film crew is that they're all experts. They all know so much about their jobs, and none of them ever challenge you. Almost to a fault, really, because I had to say to the first AD, Jack Ravenscroft, I said, if you ever see me about to make a really dumb decision, you must tell me. And I think he found it really difficult to do that, because it's not in their DNA at all. So hopefully it was not a Louis XIV experience for the crew. If I ever find myself talking to young actors now, I always find myself talking about the fact that discipline and freedom are two sides of the same coin, and you can't have one without the other. You can't be really free unless it's supported by real discipline, and the other way around. And the film is called A Little Chaos because it's the other side of a lot of order, and you know, they don't make sense without each other. You don't have chaos unless it's in destroying some order. And so somewhere in there is some sort of definition of what it is to make a piece of art, I think. It's a kind of collective conversation that goes on between, you know, when you're around the table in pre-production, which was an incredibly fruitful and creative time with Ellen and with James Curas and Joan, who did the clothes, and Ivana Primorac, who did the hair and makeup, all of those elements, and also Jonah, the location manager, about where we were looking to shoot. And so, you know, you get in a van and you arrive somewhere and you go there and you think, no, this is going to work. And that scene where Louis is offering him a macaroon, just arrived at it, and I said, we'll put the chair there, because, and then I talked to Ellen and said, we've got to get the camera up so that they're high. So I didn't know we were looking for that, but there's a collective energy, which means decisions are taken, and then there is some, I guess you'd call it improvising. You arrive somewhere and you say, that'll do, that'll work. No, I would, well, I wouldn't say I would always. I think it depends on the piece of work, but certainly with this one, I didn't have to fight too hard, but it does have to be budgeted, and I think I got about 10 days rehearsal. It's heightened language. You need to make sure that everybody is feeling the rhythms of Alison's writing. And it helps to just be sitting around a table with just the script, the director, and the actors. Well, Stanley he's a good friend, and we'd worked together before, and he just kept insisting on wanting to read it, so. And so in the end, you know, I don't know, an instinct or something lands with everybody. With Kate, it was really about that when we were ready to shoot the film and we'd sort of got the finance and we'd steered ourselves towards a starting point, and it had taken a few years because I wasn't free to direct a film. Certainly when I started, she wasn't the right age to play it. You know, you've got to have somebody in their mid to late 30s to play that part. And so serendipity meant that when we were all ready, she was the right age. And then Matthias arrived on the scene with Rust and Bone, and you know, it's a tough balancing act, Kate's energy, and in this film specifically because she's playing a strong, independent woman, and it allows her, and I hope she won't mind this, to play the masculine side that she has, and that's a strength of hers. It was a question, as far as I was concerned, of finding an actor who's not afraid to play his feminine side, and then I think that becomes sexy. and that he's patient, and that she's got a huge backlog of past life to unload before they can come together, and he's got to come to terms with that. It's very difficult to find that. And then again, I think it's serendipity. In fact, I was filming in Belgium, and his name had been mentioned, and I'd seen Rustin Bone. He's wonderful in it. If you haven't seen that film, it's a wonderful film. And I thought, well, yeah, but he's Belgian. This is not going to work. These people are all French, but they're going to be speaking English. There's got to be some continuity here. So, I mean, I knew Stanley could do it with a bit of hammering over the head.
And a bit of ham, too.
So thank God for something I never normally go near called social media. And I hit YouTube, Matthias Skernetz, and there he was in LA giving an interview in perfect English about Rustin Bone, but with an American accent. So we just had to iron that out. So I don't know, it's somewhere in there, you just kind of felt, you say, okay, Stanley, come on, let's do it. And it was great that it had that sort of somewhat anarchic energy coming in. You know, there is a whole film to be made about that character, and Stanley is one of the people who lost quite a bit of material along the way. If you look at paintings of Monsieur, as he's called, often he's wearing a dress. And what his wife, you know, he and his wife did have like 4 kids, and he was a great fighter at war, although the line that's been cut from the film, sadly, is his wife saying, but he arrives a bit late because he has a lot of dressing to do. I don't know. I've directed 2 films. They happen both to have been written by women. I didn't write either of them. As I say, I interfered with the second one. I probably interfered quite a bit with the first one, but it's largely circumstance, and probably what I'm as interested in, if I think about it objectively, is removing the rule book about relationships between men and women. I think one of the things that's the guiding lines to me of this film are at the end when a woman says, "What about us?" and a man says, "We will shape each other." These are hard won, these thoughts and feelings between men and women in a world that has stereotypes thrown at us every day. And indeed the scene with the women, you know, they have to be locked away in a room of their own before they can talk about real stuff. The rest of the time they move like an army in front of a wall of men and then fall to the floor. So I don't find, as a man, people say it's a feminist film. Yes, it is, although that word to me is just common sense. You know, you'll have a more interesting life if things are more equal. You know, there are, maybe it's partly to do with being an actor. My life is constantly, you know, I've spent my life as time as an actor opposite people like Kate Winslet, Emma Thompson, Harriet Walter, Juliet Stevenson. These are not weak souls, but they're fascinating people. Well, it's a film where people, or it's certainly a story, and so I'm hopefully putting that on film, where people are figuring out who they are. And one of the great gifts of working with people like Kate and Helen and Matthias is you can leave the camera on them, and then you find all sorts of riches in the editing room. Kate, let's talk about her specifically. She comes to the set so prepared. She's ready. She's done her homework. You never have to worry about whether she knows the lines. That's not nowhere in your thinking. That's just a given. But, and she's a big star, whatever that means to other actors on a film set. But there is no sense of that status getting in the way of the status of the character she's playing. So, you know, she comes into that scene at the beginning with the other two interviewees, and they're both, Adrian Schiller and Adrian Scarborough, are both very fine British stage actors. But there's no sense of her doing anything but playing exactly the status she has with them, and then truly listening. And that's, I suppose, what the rehearsal room is for as well, is to encourage listening. Well, it was inevitable in a script that has the making of that garden by her. It's inevitable, you're going to have to show it. I wish that we'd had the budget to show that garden growing gradually. You know, what we had to do was shoot the end first and then destroy it gradually. So, helped by the English weather. Budget.
Sorry.
You know, traveling them all over there, but also Versailles at the time of the film was covered in scaffolding, you know, not just the interior that we did for one of the scenes where he's walking through, but the outside, so we're not going to be able to do that. And then I always knew that at some point we were going to have to come above Versailles, and yeah, you're quite right, you're not allowed to have a helicopter anywhere near Versailles, and so we would have been reduced to that word, a drone. I'm not finishing the film on a drone shot, thank you very much. One of them's in Waddesdon Manor, and that's where the rose gets passed over to the king, so that's all genuine French stuff in the room. Cliveden, which is now a hotel, you can all go and stay there. And if you go into the dining room, you'll maybe recognize it as Louis XIV's bedroom. So, and also Blenheim Palace, and we were allowed to shoot in the state apartments, permission's never been given before. So, and weirdly, in the room where she walks into the party, and Helen's character is kissing her boyfriend, and she meets Lenôtre at the party, we had to be very careful with a statue we couldn't move because it was Louis XIV. Can't actually remember the answer to the second one. I don't think there's music while people are speaking, no. Not that that would be conscious, but no, I think the music is there to be underneath the film at all times. I went to a ballet. There's a small theatre in London called the Print Room, and it's just moved its venue, but then it was in a very small place in West London with, you could only seat about 50 people. And very brave and adventurous ballet was being done where water was pouring on the dancers from the ceiling. And we were all given plastic mats to watch this ballet because we're so close to the dancers. But and whilst trying not to get wet, I was also thinking, this music's extraordinary because there's something about it that is of water. And not that this film is about water, but I always knew that water was going to have something to do with the fountain, obviously. And also, it was the most unegocentric composing because the music was utterly supportive of what the dancers were doing. And anyway, you know, another instinct, really. I'm a great believer in this thing of nobody ever became famous till somebody gave them an opportunity. So a friend of mine had lit this ballet, and I rang him up and said, can you put me in touch with the composer, please? And we met. And I think after about half an hour, I said, do you want to compose this film?
Wow.
And so fast forward to this actually very moving moment for me at a huge recording studio in London, watching him pick up his baton and tap it, and with great control and calm, have the orchestra play the score. And to answer the other part of your question, it was composed during and after. The good thing about it, he was only 26 at the time. He's 28 years old now. He was there all the time.
Wow, it's
He
very
was on
impressive.
the set. He breathed the film in. He maintains a kind of wonderful, benign smile almost all the time, even when I'm saying to him, "That's horrible, that piece of music. That's completely not going to work." And he's toiled the whole weekend over it. Okay, and goes away. Well, in the bathroom, like everybody else, I think that, I've often said that one of the most challenging sentences I've ever heard in my life was, because we recorded that separately, so I never actually sang it with Johnny Depp. And so I was rehearsing it alone, and, Johnny Depp and I mimed it together for 2 days. But it was recorded, and then they got to balance the two voices, so it doesn't make any sense to record it together. You try standing in a room, and you're just you and the pianist, and at the end of what's your kind of last session with the pianist and the accompanist, and a door opens, and Stephen Sondheim walks in, and he says, "Okay, let's hear it." There's a couple of notes in that where I just wanted to kill him. Why is it that note? Why isn't it that note that's so much easier? And of course, that's the point. Because as you go on, you realize that what makes them, and I've been very lucky, I've worked with some wonderful directors, but they have almost nothing in common with each other. And I guess that's the point. It's a singular eye, and you have to develop that. And also, as I absolutely learned from Anthony Minghella on his first film, because he gathered the cast and crew together, and he said on the first day, he said, "I have one word, help." And also, as time goes on, you know that the most encouraging thing a director can say at any point when you ask them a question is to say, "I don't know." That's actually quite reassuring, because it means you'll find out, together, and they've got the guts to say that. So, a lot of it's to thine own self be true, I think. Well, you imagine you're English, and there is no rehearsal, and you sit down on the set, and you're in the set of the Oval Room, and you've got prosthetics on and a wig and all of that. And a bit like Stephen Sondheim, and Lee Daniels says, "Okay, let's hear it."
That's it.
Well, you have to work at it. You have to figure out what you're going to do. How do you have to work it? Because how do I get this voice to be that voice? And then, it's a case of working with a brilliant dialect teacher called Tom Jones, which was interesting enough for me, but but he is brilliant, and he very much took me around the architecture of the mouth and tongue muscles and how to produce that sound, and not to be a slavish copy either. It was a fascinating story that I didn't know about, the first Blue Baby operations, and I don't know if everybody else here knows it. It's worth watching just the history of black people trying to have any kind of profession, never mind a woman, in 17th century France. And Vivian Thomas, who was Blaylock's black assistant at Johns Hopkins Hospital. He had done all of the test operations on dogs for rerouting the vessels in order to reroute the blood so that Blue Baby's blood ran red. It's an incredibly moving moment in the film when it happens. But he had done all of that preparatory work. And when it came to the actual operation, he wasn't allowed into the operating theatre. And Blaylock famously had him, first of all, Vivian Thomas was given a white coat to wear. That had never happened before. They were wearing brown coats. And he brought him into the operating theatre and had a stool placed behind him, because you have to remember Blaylock had never done this operation. He had a stool placed behind him, and Vivian Thomas stood on the stool and looked over Blaylock's shoulder as he was doing this incredibly delicate stitching. And you're talking about stitching two pieces of spaghetti together. I know so little about this world that the very first time I did the miming of this operation, I had this sort of needle and cotton, and I was going, I honestly don't know what the future holds. You know, I mean, there is a movie coming out soon called Eye in the Sky, in which I play the head of the British Army talking of the word drones. It's about the use of drones by governments to deal with terrorist threats. So there's that. There's a reprise of Alice in Wonderland coming out. There's potentially a film about, from a Peter Ackroyd novel called Dan Leno and the Limehouse Golem, which is a Victorian murder story. That's all I know. Theatre is religion to me, and if you have done a 6-month run in anything, it really takes a while before you can think of doing it again. I'm sort of pawing the ground and thinking something will happen in the theatre. But you know, Ellen was looking up Scorsese the other day on her iPhone, and she said, he's got 15 films in development. I mean, I would not know how to live that kind of life. And I don't know how directors jump straight from one film to another. You know, it's a long process of it leaving you, I think, for me. So I don't know where another one enters in at the moment, but I guess I'd better not hang about. Because I think, but it's not about gags, and it's not about making people laugh. It's just, I mean, I think I got some laughs when I played Hamlet, but hopefully that's the laughter of recognition, and people are funny, people are ridiculous, and then they're sad as well, and that's what makes them human beings. So it's not gags, but I hope you can making people smile is part of making them human. You have to remember that when I was there, it was an all-boys school, but we had a very strong drama tradition, and so quite a lot of us had to put a frock on sometimes. And I remember playing Volumnia in Coriolanus, age 17. I was Coriolanus's mum. No, I mean, I owe an awful lot to that school, huge amount, and to the English staff. And I would never lessen it. It still is a really good school, and it's probably much better now that it's co-educational, but, and I'm still sort of involved, you know, I go there, because I really do owe it a lot. You know, one of the guys in my year did physics, maths, and art for his 3 subjects at what we call A-level, which is like before you go to university. So I always found that incredibly affecting, that the school would allow that, and that actually he wound up being an art teacher. So yeah, our drama tradition at the school was done at a very high level, but also always with a sense of the ridiculous. I did, yeah, and that's of course crucial to me.
And I was at art school for 5 years and then 3 years running a design group. So it's like you put that bit of you on a shelf when you decide to then train as an actor, and then think all that taxpayers' money. But things come round. And so of course I have shorthand conversations with Ellen and James and Joan Bergen on costume, because your eye is trained, you don't lose that. No, I'm not particularly selective about periods. You know, I love going to art galleries and looking at paintings, and I'm fascinated by what happens with architecture in cities, and that the way they can help or destroy urban life. And there are things in there to be fought for. But I think you have to have an eye on the future all the time. I love modern architecture. What I would say is that when I was at art school, there was another religion which was called typography, and we didn't have computers, so it was all done by hand, and it was really rigorous, the spacing between letters. Now young art students doing graphic design, it's on their computer and they can just make it tighter or stretch it. So you don't learn the rules, and it's a bit like discipline and freedom again. And I think it's great to be free, but it's a shame that they don't know the rules of typography. And I was taught by a typographic genius called Ed Wright, and that doesn't leave me. So of course things like the Bauhaus are important to me because it's rigor. What would you like to know? Well, it's an extraordinary experience. You know, there isn't anything to compare it to. When I said I would do it, there were only 3 books. So, and to realize that, and after the 3rd film, we sort of got it organized a bit so that I and the other adult characters were, on average, I suppose, I was doing 7 weeks a year on each film in a bunch, so that I had 45 weeks doing other things, you know, directing in the theatre or being on stage 6 months here in New York, in Private Lives, and making other movies like Sweeney Todd or Love Actually. So every year there'd be this 7 weeks of buttoning up all those buttons and putting on the wig and going, all right, okay, see where I am. And meanwhile, not quite noticing that these 3 people had gone from 12 to 22. So I think I'm still trying to process that experience. It was during that period, computer graphics grew up. So when we started, we were on locations. By the time we finished, we were on a piece of grass out the back with a big stadium of lights, because they could invent anything and put it around us. So the physical life of doing the films changed drastically during that period. Never mind just watching them grow up, and you kind of thinking, I guess they've been through puberty somewhere here, and you can't quite treat them as 12-year-olds anymore. And fighting for process for them, because, you know, whereas I was 7 weeks, they were 52 weeks. And so, you know, you were praying that they were having some sort of normal life. And it's a miracle that the 3 young actors came out of it sane. And in a way, they're all just like their characters. So that was, you know, it's sort of no accident that Emma winds up making a feminist speech at the UN. It was a unique experience, and I wouldn't have missed anything for it. And I'm proud of the fact that we all took it dead seriously. And, you know, there was no messing about. Well, there was a little bit. Yeah, we had to laugh sometimes. Mm-hmm. But there was a lot of work to be gotten through every day. But, you know, amazing work by Stuart Craig, the production designer. I never stopped being fascinated by picking up my wand and poking the wall just to check that it really was polystyrene because it looked like a real castle. Incredible skill sets around you everywhere. We all of us who were in that film loved that film. Dean Parisot did a smart thing, which was to cast, apart from Tim, and even that was, Tim Allen, that was probably a good thing, the rest of us had all grown up in the theatre. And of course Tim hadn't. So, you know, it was a mirror of what was going on in the film, where he would kick open the door of the makeup van in the morning and say, okay, number one is here. And we're all quietly preparing for the day. Yeah, it traded in on the fact that we knew who those people were. And in a horrible way, we knew who those people had become. So, you know, there I was in my rubber head, sitting next to Sigourney at the conference center with her blonde wig and signing pictures and throwing them back at people who are wearing hideous copies of my costume. And there was a moment there where Sigourney just leant across to me. She said, "This is a bit close for comfort." But we had a glorious time doing it because it's a brilliant idea and a wonderful script. And, you know, therein is the secret. If you have a great script, you basically wind up just saying the lines because they're doing the work for you. But having said that, there was a lot of trouble not laughing. I relied on Ellen a lot. You know, you rely on the person who's looking down the lens. And also the fact that most of the scenes are two-handers, and again, they're very well written. If you just take the scene between Kate and I in the Rose Garden, is a beautifully written scene. And I really mean it when I say you just have to say the lines. The situation is so clear. Don't get in the way of it. You know, just play what's there. And when you've got an actress like her who just believes what she's doing in every bone of her body, and then so here we are, and she says something. And then if I hear it, I have to answer it. I have a censoring device going on which says I'm Louis XIV, therefore this, and this is in my rule book. She's got her rule book. That will inform what we do, but basically it's just down to, she says something, I hear it, and I answer. But as this young lady down here was saying, with that scene, every 30 seconds, we were there on a day when the wind changed, every 30 seconds a plane came over. So that's the other reality, is hang on to your concentration and wait for the plane to go and then start again. But no, I remember when I was at the Royal Shakespeare Company and Peter Brook I was in a production of Antony and Cleopatra that Peter Brook directed, and he would come back and visit us from time to time during the run and say, how's it going? We'd say, okay, well, this works, this doesn't work, this is better, this is not. And he said, I'm always amazed, you know, when actors run through the list of what's working and what isn't. The thing is, and he was talking about Antony and Cleopatra, but let's just say, with a great script, you'll never be better than the play. And it was true with Antony and Cleopatra. You will never be better than that play. You'll always be trying to get there. So I'm very aware as an actor of how much we all are servants of the writer. I think the kind of scrappy knowledge that most people have, and usually I guess it's centered around children. When you hear the word autism, you think of, and in fact the author Angela has a 9-year-old autistic son, which I guess is where the heart and soul of it comes from. But it's very focusing to realize that, of course, there are functioning autistics in the world around us. And not only that, but you look at your own life and you go, wait a minute, we're all on that spectrum somewhere. As you watch yourself arrange your pencils in a row. And that's just the mild kind of form of any obsessive compulsive behavior. Yeah, I didn't know that at the time, so, you know, she's privately writing it, thinking I want him to play it. In a way, he's, I don't know about a cipher, but he's the drifter from England. We don't know much about him. We learn about him, and I hope the point of the film is he learns a bit about himself by coming into this strange, desolate landscape in northern Ontario. Well, I mean, the first thing is that it's the mother who has no huge reaction to the knowledge that, or the information that her daughter's being killed. She just says, "Oh yes, my daughter's dead." Like, and you come kind of through the rain, wind, and snow to get to her door, but it's clear that she has no way of dealing with it. She's got no friends. There's no social interaction, and he decides that he has to stay there and help her get through the next few days towards the funeral. It depends what you've seen. It depends, you know, what was the last thing I did. It depends. Usually, it depends which film's got the biggest publicity budget, which is why I'm here now, because this film never did happen. Well, first of all, is why I'm sitting here unshaven and with scruffy hair, because next week I actually have to get shaved in the barber's chair, and I guess, you know, the knife will come across the throat. Yeah, it's a film of Stephen Sondheim's musical, so this could be the end of a glorious career. Well, largely through school. I went to a great school and had a terrific English department, and the school had a very strong theatre tradition. In fact, we were usually elbowing the teachers out of the way for the best parts. Well, not at that school, but I remember when the very first thing I ever did was at what we called primary school, so I don't know what you call that.
Elementary.
7 years old.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I played the title role in a play called King Grizzlybeard. Well, my father died when I was 8, so I don't think he even saw me as King Grizzlybeard. But, I think the safest thing to say is that my mother didn't discourage it. She always just said, whatever makes you happy.
You came by.
My mother was a phenomenal singer.
Ah. What was her voice like?
Pure soprano.
Yeah.
But strange experience, you know, you have this person called your mother, and then the first time that it ever happened is kind of shocking, that she's asked to sing in front of maybe as many people as this. And it's discombobulating, because you think, who is that person? Well, I think I was I'd already trained as a graphic designer. I'd already worked in that profession, I think. And in fact, once I decided that now was the time, it was always too early for me at 18 to think about being an actor, although I probably always knew that's what I wanted to do. But other things had to be got out of the system, and then, you know, life is hindsight as much as anything else. Now I look back, I think, well, I needed to be at art school because that's very much part of my equipment. But when I decided I now would be an actor, what do? You write letters to repertory companies, and they all say, well, we've only got 2 equity cards a year to give. This was pre-Margaret Thatcher, when we had unions, but we've only got 2 equity cards a year to give, and you must accept that we are likely to give those to people who've trained. So then I thought, oh, well, I better train. But then it's going to be like a sausage factory, and I'll just be produced on a kind of assembly line. Well, nothing could be further from the truth, of course. It's very challenging, because they're basically teaching you that less is more all the time, and that truth is the great beacon word, and that you are the servant of the writing. And all of that takes a very long time to disseminate. I think the thing about acting is that you've got, like a lot of things, a lot of activities, you've got this piece of your equipment called your head, and then there's this piece of equipment called your body, and then there's this dividing line called your neck that gets in the way in between. There's a wonderful Jules Pfeiffer cartoon, which is sort of appropriate, where he says, it's a series of drawings of heads, and he says, this is my head. It thinks,
It talks, it charms. It has 100 wonderful tricks. I am proud of it. Then there's a series of drawings of disembodied bodies. And I think a lot of drama school, because it's dealing with this bit of the equipment and this bit, is about pulling the two together. And that takes forever too. So to answer your question, it's not really, as much as anything, it's about the teachers that you come into contact with who help you. Well, it was, you know, as I was just saying to you, what I hear is not what you hear, so I don't even know what you're talking about. Certainly when I was at drama school, it was the source of many complaints. A lot of it's just to do with the architecture of your mouth, the sound you make. And then it's about the muscle strength in your tongue. And so once it all gets taken apart, you know, I had big problems. That I had very lazy diction, that I had a spastic soft palate, and that, as I was saying to you, my voice teacher said, you sound as if your voice is coming out of the back end of a drain pipe. It means, I suppose, basically that I had to learn to bring it all forward. It was all kind of traveling backwards.
Sort of posture.
Oh, I think only the theatre, because we don't really have a film industry. Set by kind of default, and then so I never thought about doing film at all. Well, you know, I suppose you think in terms of you can join up the dots of, well, I did this, and then that led to working with that director and that play, and then that led to that. I ran screaming from the Royal Shakespeare Company the first time I was there.
Why?
Well, to me it became, you know, there's a rude definition of acting. I forget which of the English actors it was that coined it, but he called it shouting in the dark. And that was my experience at Stratford the first time. It was just literally that, you know, get out there and shout at each other. And I really couldn't handle it. So I left after a year, and as luck would have it, or one of those joining up the dot moments was I did a play by Dusty Hughes called Commitments at the Bush Theatre in London, which is tiny. It's
Yeah,
a pub, but very important in British theatre history, and some great stuff has been done there, and you don't have to shout at all.
Right.
And it was a terrific and very political play. That led me to going to the Royal Court to do The Seagull. That eventually led me to doing an Afro-Ben play called The Lucky Chance at the Royal Court. And very specifically, that led me to do Les Liaisons Dangereuses back at Stratford. But this time back at Stratford, I kind of knew what I was there for. I was a bit more in control of my destiny, I suppose. I don't think, you see, one of the things that RADA perhaps suffers from is people's preconceptions about what it is and who comes out of it. You know, you've got to remember that it's people as diverse as Mark Rylance and Ben Whishaw and Imelda Staunton and Timothy Spall, and these are all RADA graduates. And others that you might not know, but it's like a grab bag of different types. So there isn't really any such thing as a RADA actor anymore. No, it's very different. It's, I mean, of course you're doing the same play, and of course we had arrived with a proven success, so that took some of the pressure off. But it is very different performing here. In a good way, because you really do feel that theatre is part of the life of this city in a way that you don't in London. You know, London's so spread out as a city anyway. There isn't in any way the same kind of contact between people working. You know, you come out of the theatre and we go over the road to a bar or a restaurant and there's a bunch of actors who are all doing a show, and so you get to know each other here. Of course it's kill or be killed here. It's smaller because it's more contained. Yeah, and just again, what I was saying, well, you don't have a class system. That makes a huge difference in all sorts of areas. So, as an actor in New York, you are also just a person in New York.
Right.
And people look at you head on. You know, in London, there's a lot of people who are just staring at the sidewalk. No, because I was, I thought, well, I just finished 2 years on and off playing Valmont in Liaison Dangereuse, and I didn't really know how it worked at all. You know, I went to LA for some meetings, and 2 weeks later I was offered that film, and I'm talking to agents and saying, but this is an action movie. And in fact, I guess some things are meant to be, and you just have to go with it.
Right.
And maybe because of my training, I was able to influence the story quite a lot. Because I said to them at the time, I was being fitted for all these terrorist gear, costumes, and I said, but why would I be wearing that stuff when I've got all these hulks around me, 6 foot wide as well as... And I said, and if I was in an ordinary suit, then maybe there could be a scene where I get to meet Bruce Willis and pretend to be the hostage.
Right.
And that went into the film, so...
Wow.
Well, you'd have to name them, and you'd run out after about 3, I think. Because if you say Die Hard and Robin Hood, then you start going, because everything else is somewhat more. Well, a lot of one's life as an actor is just hold your nose and jump, but with that, I love Jane Austen. We're very rude about her in Seminar, but it's genius writing, and I think it's absolutely one of those moments in life where you discover what literature is. And I remember the first time I read Persuasion, wanting to, you want to go out in the street and stop a passerby and say, look at that paragraph. And you need a great script for a start, and of course that was the blessing with Sense and Sensibility, is that Emma had written such a brilliant version, and then they had what turned out to be the absolute sense and sensibility to hire Ang Lee. A lot of people thought, wow, that's a strange choice, but of course he absolutely understood the rules and regulations of family life coming from Hong Kong, and all that sort of family ritual in a way, and he knew exactly where to put the camera for any little emotional gear change. So you're taken through the story properly by a director's eye and heart, and driven by Emma's script. Not really, no. I mean, he was. There were times. I think it's documented. Emma wrote a book about the filming, and there are some quotes in there of. The only problem we had was, if it was a problem, was Ang's occasionally loose grasp of English, and we'd get notes that left you kind of staring. I remember he said to Emma once, Emma, try not to look so old. Remember he said to Emma once, Emma, try not to look so old. To translate that as don't be so knowing. And then mine was, Alan, be more subtle, do more. And Kate's quite early on, and she's only 19 in that, Kate, never mind, you'll get better. It's an instinctive thing, really. You just read it and you think, oh, I want to say that. Or I know who that person is. It's all a bit unnameable, really. I mean, good writing is immediately evident, and then there's good storytelling on top of that, And then there's a character that lives in 3 dimensions and has got, you know, that overworked word, a journey to it. I think that comes later. The first thing that happens is that images, with something that you think, well, I'm meant to do that, then images start jumping off the page at you. So it's a kind of chemical, kinetic thing happens. It's a slightly out-of-body thing. You're not entirely in control of it, and that's good. Well, it was a little challenging because Angela Pell, who wrote the script, said she wrote it for me. So that's always a little nerve-wracking when you read it.
Have you ever heard that before? From a writer?
No. But I loved the script, and we had a very happy time doing it, and it's one of those things where you just kind of hang on to its coattails. In a way, I read it and I said, well, I'd like to do this. And I think you should think about Sigourney Weaver, and she and I had done Galaxy Quest together, a film we all loved doing, and I rang her and she read it and said yes immediately. So, you know, it was meant to happen, I think. Well, you don't have to think about it, you just sort of do it, because she did a lot of work. I mean, a lot of people who know what it is to live with somebody who's a functioning autistic person, or high functioning, say that's the most accurate portrayal of somebody with that condition they've ever seen. And she spent a lot of time with various institutions and individuals, so she came really prepared. It's very challenging in that film because, of course, one of the rules of that condition is that you don't make eye contact. So I'm playing very intimate scenes with somebody who never looks at me. Play without looking at fellow actors. Well, I mean, you know, you're aware that it's comedy, but of course you mustn't be aware of it while you're doing it. It's got, all that matters there is coming up with a word in Scrabble. Trying to deal with this person, yeah, you can't know that it's comedy. Well, you know, he was somebody I would go back to for 7 weeks every year, so I was doing other things all the time. I mean, I did, 6 months in Private Lives in London and then in New York. I directed a couple of theatre productions. I was making other movies. Galaxy Quest, I think. It was around the same time as the first film, and Love Actually, and other movies. So it wasn't feeling that, well, I better contrast it with that. No, I never really thought like that. I've never really structured a career like that. Yeah. I think, you know, in a movie industry that is absolutely worships youth, you're just grateful to be employed. I was asked to do it. I went and had dinner with Chris Columbus and David Heyman, and the 3 of us sort of corporately said, okay, then let's. Well, the difficult, if it was a difficulty, was that, of course, when we started it, Joe Rowling had only written 3 of them, and I was playing the character where you had no idea where it was going. So that was tricky. It was clearly he had an agenda. You just had no idea what it was. Yeah, Joe knew everything, and I think it's true to say that she had put the ending into a safe right back then. She knew how it would finish. There's a lot of speculation about this. Before I said I would do it, I said I have to talk to her. And I rang her, and she was with her sister at the time. She said, I can't talk now. So that's how much she kept it all to herself. She said, we'll talk tomorrow. And then we spoke the next day, and she gave me one small piece of information that was just very small, and it certainly wasn't, and this will happen, and then that will happen, and this is how it finishes. I never knew any of that. But it was a small piece of information that let me know that there was more to him than met the eye. Filming is a bizarre medium, you know. There's never any rehearsal. It's always about the product, or often about the product, and not very often is there time for rehearsal. So a lot of decisions, and that can be a good thing. It means that there's not too much thinking. You have to just do it. And I think with Harry Potter, a lot of it was just about people just commit and don't think about it too much. I was very involved in the costume and the look. I was very specific about it. I said the sleeves should be really tight and there should be a lot of buttons, because that helps me, the idea that he has to do that. It's actually buttoned in. And, you know, it's very different. If you've got a sleeve that finishes there, that's very different to a sleeve that finishes there. So it was very important to me that that's where it finished. And then buttons were tight. Well, no, I mean, with the last film, it was very cathartic because you were finally able to see who he was. And it was, I suppose, strange in a way to play stuff that was so emotional. Because a lot of the time, you know, you're working in 2 dimensions, not 3. It's a very clear outline that all of those characters have. But satisfying also on all sorts of levels. You know, Rafe and I had a scene where you just thought, well, finally here's just a couple of actors talking to each other and no special effects. Just watching that scene, you think, well, thank God for computer graphics, because Maggie and I are having real... No, very cathartic on all sorts of levels. Then seeing Dan and Rupert and Emma, and that's 10 years where you watched people go from 12 to 22. Well, it's a very, very different activity, of course. And it goes back to what I was saying before about working out why I needed to go to art school when I did, because that part of my training and who I am is very much part of the equipment that I need as a director. And it's satisfying to be in control of the visual aspect as much as anything else. I'm passionate about storytelling, and sometimes you want to tell a story as an actor, and sometimes now much more as a director. It takes a long time, I have to say, to get to the point, or it did for me, where you thought, I've actually got something to say. All these hopeful faces staring at you on the first day, it's a bit challenging. But over the years, you've learnt that one of the greatest things a director can ever say to an actor that will make them immediately trust you is, an actor will ask a question, the director will say, I don't know. And whenever you hear that from a director, something in the actor relaxes. Absolutely, and I think that working on film as an actor helps me work on stage as an actor. Everything is about distilling to me and trying to get simpler and truer. And that actually it's not about you, which is something I remember from one of the great teachers at drama school. You know, and when you think you've fought, kicked and screamed to get into this academy, and then a teacher says, just as you're about to get up and do some piece of work, she says, and remember, it's not about you. But it's true. And so ultimately, acting to me, whether as an actor or a director, and it's certainly very relaxing as an actor to think about, is focus on the other person. You have something to say to them. And usually you're saying something to this other person because of what they just said to you. So it's really just about accurate listening and then answering. So don't think about what you're saying. Think about what you just heard, and what you say is automatic. Well, the story is of 4 young writers in New York who hire a mentor, pay him $5,000 each for a 10-week mentoring period, and pretty early on are pretty resentful of the money they've given him. He's a truth teller, relentlessly truth-telling. And Teresa's writing is so brilliantly observed and constructed that you kind of just get on his train and ride it. But fortunately, he's also a human being. You do wonder whether that's going to be the case, but or whether he's just a destroyer. But I'm sure he'd have to say it's... is there a female version of the word masterly? But anyway, storytelling. You can't fault it, really. I don't know. I mean, I suppose as a director, I think I'm gentler and more encouraging. I don't see the point in being destructive. And I don't think ultimately he is. He seems that way, but as a director, I absolutely don't see the point of insulting your actors or being destructive. I think the job is to encourage, as in fill with courage. You know, as an actor, when you're standing backstage about to go on in, whether it's Liaison Dangereuse or Private Lives or this, you do wonder what on earth you said yes for. Yeah, I mean, every night, that's another thing one learns, is to be free and available to the air around you every night. And I'm on stage with 4 remarkable young actors, and there's huge trust amongst us, and listening. You're not going to listen now in the same way that you did 24 hours ago. So everything's, in a way, everything's the same, and in a way, everything's different. I don't really like nailing anything down, because in a way you destroy it by doing that. I think we're all aware of different timings and finding a different word and stressing it in a different way, or discovering a phrase that you hadn't really discovered before. It's all cumulative, and as time goes on, different moments acquire a little spotlight because of what you learnt in the previous weeks. So I would resist your desire for me to get out a hammer and nails to anything. Well, if young actors now say to me, what advice do you want to give to a young actor? I say to them, don't think about acting. You know, you're your own instrument. We were talking about that before, and so I've learned that I have to bring a person to a script. So if I have anything to pass on to young actors, it's you know, go read books, go to art galleries, know what's happening in the news, have opinions. Fill yourself out, because you're going to, a script is going to come at you, and who are you? You can't just be an actor. Again, it's down to who you are and what you want to do and what you want to spend your life doing and what's going to make you interested. And then it's about what scripts come to you, because you're not in control of that particularly. And then it's absolutely about what you say yes and no to. So I have said no to a lot of things, and it just so happens that I'm just as happy doing some small project like Snowcake, although to me that's not small, that you have to really fight hard to give life to. So
it's about who you are as a person and the choices you make rather than, or the no's you say rather than the yeses. What keeps you interested? It changes all the time. The idea of typecasting is another hammer and nails, and I suppose I just resist that. I don't know where you lead from as an actor. It's going back to what we were saying about here's my head, here's my body. And people talk about acting being very you have to be centered. And if I think about what does that mean, it's somewhere here. Now, what is that? Is that your head? Is it your heart? Is it your groin? Is it your soul? It's something unnameable, but it's something you must engage, otherwise there's no connection. Directing for film is a mystery to me because how one ever arrives at the first day with a crew and a script and the money to do it is increasingly the biggest game of all. Tenacity and the big advantage to me is that you don't have to show up looking good at 6 o'clock in the morning. Advice, I really don't know. You've just got to, it's got to be something you really, really want to, the story you really want to tell, because you're going to be with it for a year, even from the time you start. And then you're in the editing room. And then you're going through the whole publicity circus. So you've got to have a really strong sense of yourself as a team leader, and then as somebody who is going to live with that story for that length of time, that it's going to feed you. Theatre is a bad director is the one who, in the theatre, who is there through the 3 weeks, 4 weeks, 5 weeks, 6 weeks of rehearsal, and then you never see them again. They exist, because they're on to the next project. A good director is one that stays in touch and knows that, as Pat was saying, it's going to change. And a good director should hope that that will happen and will let you go, but also know to rein you back in. You know, every job you do, you put all of yourself into. So I can't really divide them up. You have to figure out which bit of yourself is going to be needed for this, which pieces of the equipment, and then you have to get out the sharpening blades, and it's an impossible question to answer because every one of them is a piece of my life. You know, whether it's 6 months of doing a play is a long time. 5 weeks of shooting a film is still 5 weeks of your life with a bunch of people who you become very close to, and they were complete strangers. It's a weird existence. It's all part of this thing that will this afternoon, horrifically, be doing it again. Well, I mean, every actor that appears on film or on stage in leading roles and has some kind of reputation, every one of them has something that's uniquely them. You know, we could all, if Meryl Streep was sitting here now, you'd say, how the hell do you do that? And I look at clips of her being Margaret Thatcher, I think, how? Does she breathe it in? It's who you are. It's what you do, and you can't take any credit for it. All you have is a responsibility to it. And the same is true of anybody that takes what they do to some level of expertise. You have to work at it, keep working at it, challenge yourself, put yourself at the service of the writer. The writing is always the most important thing. You have to just hand yourself over to that. You're forced to watch things at premieres, and so I've seen those bits and pieces, but it's not a hobby of mine to watch myself at all, ever. And in fact, I was asked if they could show a clip from Seminar, and I absolutely had to say no, because, you know, I'm still doing it, and I would not want to be watching that before I then have to do it today. So. Well, I mean, when you list it like that, you think you'd have to be an idiot. You're actually going to try and make a movie about this. Okay, so at its heart, it is a love story. But it is told from, the script is by Alison Deegan. It's told very much from a woman's point of view, and it is about what it is to be, or to try to be, a strong, independent woman in a man's world. And what she's done is to create a character for Kate who couldn't possibly have existed. So what interested me was the notion of it actually being a very modern story inside all this period trapping, which is frankly a huge annoyance when you're thinking about the budget and the weather and the fact that aeroplanes don't come over in 17th century France, and there isn't a motorway just around the corner that you've got to deal with. But I like the fact that film can take a modern story and kind of shaft it into a period context. And hopefully after a while, you stop thinking about the background and you start thinking modern thoughts about the world that she's trying to operate in, and what might be the parallels still with the world now. In other people's gardens that they've planted, you know. Oh, this is very beautiful, thank you. No, Alison's a very passionate gardener, passionate about gardening, and she's also passionate about that period of history. She's an actress. Her husband, Sebastian Barry, is a very celebrated novelist and playwright in Ireland, and she'd had her kids and she thought, I'm going to do something. And so she sat down and wrote a script. And because she knew I knew her husband, she put it in the post.
Really?
It's as simple as that, really, in one sense. And then you pick this script up, which is 180 pages originally. And as I've told the story before, but it's true, she is dyslexic, and so it's 180 pages of the only punctuation in it was commas. So it was tough to read, but at the same time, a real test of the fact that you kept turning the pages and thought, this writing is really fresh and original, and not just because of a kind of Irish lift to the narrative or to the dialogue that is there, just because of her take on the story. It's I hadn't really read anything quite like it. Alison wrote a scene where Louis was making that speech to a ballroom of 300 courtiers. Those of us in charge of the budget said, we can't afford that. So I said, why don't you go away and rewrite it as Louis practicing it in front of his children on the floor? And actually it's an example of how limitations sometimes free your imagination, and it actually turns out to be a much better way of doing it, because of course that's something else that could never have happened. Louis' dressing and levees took 2 hours with hundreds of people waiting outside to be then received. But the slow putting on of every item of clothing, and the wigs and the shoes and everything, and it was a huge event. Costumes help your performance, whatever it is, because it's part of the character you're playing, whether it's an old sheet or that kind of stuff, and there are rules to how you walk and how you talk as soon as you put that on. These are people who had dancing lessons and walking lessons from the time they were 5, so the clothes are there. They're there to design, especially in Louis' case, to show off every part of your body
to its best advantage. Those wigs were only invented by Louis because he started to go bald and he didn't like that, so he went to the opposite of bald, which is like the hugest thing you could put on your head. Thank God we didn't go for period accuracy because it would have weighed 5 kilos. Well, it's not a stupid question, but it's an obvious answer. She is an amazing actress. Why is she an amazing actress? Because she works so hard, because the work ethic is so great, because she hangs on to a sense of humor, because she is a Democrat on the set, and utterly caring and sharing and listening to her fellow actors. And she's never lost certain things that I met when we worked together the first time when she was 19. And also, the miracle of her work is she opens her mouth and you believe it. And if you're creating a character that couldn't have existed, a huge part of her job is to make us believe that she did at all. No, what he did was took Lenôtre by the shoulders and pointed at a mosquito-ridden swamp and said, "Build me Versailles here." And 18,000 people got on with it. At some
18,000?
cost, yeah. And then when we went to Versailles on a kind of field trip, the Louis expert took us, we were in the Hall of Mirrors, and he pointed up and said, number one, there were 10,000 candles that had to be lit every night here. And number two, this mural that we're looking at on the ceiling, probably within a week of it being finished, it was black from all the smoke from the candles. So there's the madness and the vaulting ambition. And even the fountains, the irrigation was such a problem that as he took all these people on the tour of all his beautiful fountained gardens, there's some poor sod running around and turning one fountain off and the next one on because they couldn't have them all going at once. The 14th is not allowed to express human emotions and there's nowhere for him to be quiet. So you're right, he takes himself to this little garden and sits there but removes the trappings. And then Kate comes in and she thinks he's a gardener. No, just to allay people's worries, the film is not a history lesson. And it's
not about gardening.
It's not a gardening book. It has a carriage crash. Well, it was a wonderful serendipity, really, in as much as when I cast Kate, she was the right, when we were ready and funded, and she was the right age to play the part. And I'd been working on it from a time when she probably would have been too young to play it. I was filming in Belgium. I had seen Rust and Bone. Matthias's name was mentioned. And I thought, well, he's a wonderful actor, but he's Belgian. And we all have to be speaking the same language with the same accent. So I looked him up on YouTube, and he was giving an interview about Rust and Bone in LA with perfect English, but with an American accent. So we just had to iron out the American bit. The surprise is there's a beautiful sense of humor there and a great smile. So you don't that was my worry from having seen Rust and Bone. And then I was in Belgium filming, and the point was that he was in Antwerp, so I could meet him like a half an hour's drive, and this big smiling person came in the door. So it's the truth. When I started that in 2000, there were only 3 books, and I didn't know that I would have anything to do with the 4th or the 5th. And I finished the first film in '97. So there was 3 years, and then suddenly there was 10 years when I couldn't direct a movie because you have to have a year and a half completely free. And although I was making other movies, being on stage, directing in the theatre, I couldn't direct a film until I had finished with Harry Potter. Well, as an actor, words like that are anathema because you can't put a label on yourself, otherwise you can't play it. So anything
call, as far as I'm concerned, if I'm playing something that you call a villain, I'm playing a perfectly nice person who just wants stuff. You know, he's got his own agenda. It's different. Other people call him that. As far as he's concerned, he's right. I think in this film, because it's layered, I hope, and complex, and in a way the antagonist is life, and people are trying to come to some kind of negotiation with their place in the scheme of things. Yeah, Helen McCrory, who plays Matthias's wife, is the person who tries to put a spoke in the wheel of the whole operation, yes, but I hope we also show her vulnerable side. You know, there are reasons why she does that. She's, at that time, yeah, there would never have been a woman in a professional job. There were women who were cooking, cleaning, sewing. At the other end of the spectrum, there were women standing around looking pretty until they stopped looking so pretty and then they got dumped. So Helen McCrory is playing the woman who's very aware that she's clinging to the wreckage. And so that's what I mean about the film having, I hope, modern connotations. It's not a million miles away from what goes on in the film industry for female actors. Do you want to call her a villain in the film? You might, but I wouldn't. I'd say she is who she is, and her agenda's her agenda, and she does what she does to survive. Well, she's in danger of it because she knows there's another woman who's taking his affections. Her place in court is assured because she's married to Andre Lenotre, but she knows that Kate Winslet has arrived on the scene. They've been in a loveless marriage, but it's suited them both to maintain their positions and certainly maintain hers. If he leaves her, she's going to be this, how's she going to survive? So, while I didn't decide to do it, there was huge pressure from the budget. I leave you to work that one out. You know, if the director plays a part, they're not so pushed to actually pay you because they know you're going to be there anyway. So it just helps in putting together a financial package. I wasn't that keen, but he's not in that many scenes. And the good news about Louis XIV is that he doesn't move anywhere. He's a fixed point, and everybody comes to him. So it physically made it a little easier. Having said that, you know, it was a great pleasure to work with Kate again, and going about it, you rely on a lot of other people, like Kate. When it comes down to a scene like the one we have in the film, acting is really just about listening, and I'm working with somebody who really listens to me, and so in order to feed her, so I should give her the same gift, and then suddenly acting becomes a lot less difficult than people think it is if you focus on the other person and not on yourself. I think you'll find that it is really, really interesting. I hope what you'll find is that, as I was saying earlier, when you start watching it, and I know this from screenings of the film, it's often a trap when period costumes appear because people go, oh yeah, right, I got the picture. And out will come the fan, and then they'll all start talking in a funny language, and it won't feel like anything to do with my life. But it's an escape, but it's quite a pleasant one. Although I would have to say that I was in one that wasn't like that, called Sense and Sensibility, which I think is a profoundly truthful piece of writing, because it comes from a truly great writer, Jane Austen, and Emma Thompson wrote a script that honoured a great writer. And sometimes you learn more about humanity when the story has some quite rigid rules. You know, you don't have to just, four-letter words don't have to appear every other word for you to feel something truthful about the way people interact. And I hope profoundly, and I believe that this film has a lot to say about the way men and women come to some kind of, or could come to, a healthier negotiation, if you like, with each other. This film, nearly the last lines of the film are a woman saying, "What about us?" and a man saying, "We will shape each other." That's not a 16th century thing to say, and it's not even heard much now, but it should be. So keep with it, it seems interesting. Well, as it turns out, you know, you can't always know at the time, but for reasons of the budget, we shot the whole film in England, not in France. So you discover that the benefit is that England has a history of stealing other people's cultures. So not only can you go to the British Museum and see the Elgin marbles, but in some of the buildings that you'll see in the film, there are genuine 17th century French interiors that have been picked up and put down in them, and so we film in them. However, England is also challenged by weather, and also the fact that it's quite a thin country. So, as I was saying, one change of the wind and suddenly you're on a flight path. And so the scene between Kate and I don't think we did a take that went on for much longer than about 45 seconds before a plane came over. And then the poor sound guys are coming out from a bush, having twiddled their knobs, but they can't get rid of the motorway that's just around the corner. You have sun, cloud, cloud, sun, wind, still, cloud, sun. So then you get back into the editing room and you think, how are we ever going to cut this together? So fortunately, England's also full of great technical experts. So the grading departments turn a cloudy day into a sunny day and vice versa, and somehow or other, because you think this is going to be impossible. Timing? We shot the whole film in 40 days. And it's a huge undertaking. When I looked at the call sheet every day, God, how are we going to get through this? Time, budget, weather. Usual thing. And probably somebody with a vast budget will tell you the same.
A little bit of, I don't know, did I go around many vineyards? Not really, because we were filming in them. So it's that way that a movie corrals the environment and it becomes a movie set. So you keep having to remind yourself this is actually a real world, and there are working people all around us here. Yeah, but you know, you can't. What you learn is to just limit that affection. I mean, this job is the passion and the impossible one at that. Or compulsion, maybe that's it. You know, that's what I know about. Something where some mixture of your head and your body says this is what you're going to do, and it's never going to satisfy you properly, because it'll always just get more difficult. Is that a passion? Probably. Thank you.
Ooh.
True story. Set in 1976. I play somebody called Stephen Spurrier, who's still alive, great English wine expert, and in 1976, he was running a wine shop in Paris, wasn't doing that well, and he thought, I'll find a way to publicize this. It was also, of course, the American bicentennial that year, so he put the two things together and thought, I'll have a blind wine tasting with all French expert panel in Paris of American wines and French wines, American wines at that time being sort of relatively unknown. So then he went off to the Napa Valley and met all these hick farmers, and he's in his three-piece suit and his briefcase tasting American wines, finding out that they're really rather wonderful, and bringing them back to Paris, where, to the horror of the French judges, they gave first place to the American wines, both in red and white wines, and it was a big event. Not at all. I'd done another film with Randall Miller, which is coming out in the spring, called Nobel Sun, which I love doing and I think is a great movie. And I think he's starting to build a sort of repertoire of actors, because both Bill Pullman and I and Eliza Dushku are in both movies. Other people are not, and other people are new to one or the other. And I love working with him, and Jodie, his writing partner and producing partner. So it was a question, and I'm probably the only English actor he knows. Not in person. I spoke to him on the phone. He's incredibly nice, and not to say a little eccentric, like a lot of English experts in their field. It kind of goes with the territory. But yeah, it was. He's somewhat attached to another potential movie. Never mind Sideways, and there's another potential movie about the telling of the red wine story, Stag's Leap. So he's a bit attached to that. So I think he was in a difficult position in terms of talking to me face to face. No, honestly, it's a great ensemble. Randy can't work without that atmosphere, and it's a great deal of mutual respect and fun. Well, what made it happen on a practical level was just the fact that I was free to do it once the Harry Potter franchise experience, Ghost Train, mammoth enterprise had finished, because although by the end I was only shooting 7 weeks a year on that, it still prevented me from directing a movie, although I'd been directing during that period in the theatre. I don't know, you read a script, and I was free eventually to be able to do it, and it was just beautiful writing and a great theme, and you just find yourself saying, I want to direct this. I'm not sure that it's a conscious process. Was sitting here now talking to you, you think, what was I thinking? And I'm sure every director says the same, and comfortingly I think they do. Fortunately, making a film is such a moment by moment, day by day, minute by minute experience, as you're counting pennies or looking at your watch or watching the weather. And all of these things are so much bigger than you are, and so I don't know, it's a moment by moment existence, and somehow you just get on with it. I don't know how actors, because there's a bit of it about now, I don't know how actors do it when they're in almost every frame of it. I do not understand, because I don't know how to split concentration. Maybe I have to go on a course or something if I'm ever going to do it again, because I was just relieved I wasn't in it so much. Absolutely. By the time we got to the point of, it could be funded, we are ready, the spirit is willing here. Yeah, absolutely, because you think, who else are you going to cast? I'm sure another one will circle me.
That's how it works, right?
At some point. Yeah, but I'm full of admiration for film directors who have the ability to jump straight from one to another. I need to step back and maybe act a bit first. I'm very much Ellen Kuras, the brilliant DP, because she said, I want to shoot on film. I'm going to have to be using candles throughout this film when we're, in rooms, certainly at night. And there's a blackness that is going to be very much part of the frame, and it's so much richer and denser when it's on film. And okay, Ellen, go with it. Well, actually, it's not mostly. It's mostly the other side of the coin, to be honest. It's occasionally. But occasionally I come back to this world. But I guess it's hard to say who isn't the big bad wolf in this film. Everybody's at it, really. I don't know. They didn't fire me. What else can I say? I worked at it. I went to a singing teacher like we all did. It's like if somebody says this part requires you to ride a unicycle, then you'd better start working on it a few months beforehand. Once it's recorded, that's it. Yeah, I suppose it's a little worrying, because you think, well, as time goes on, I'll wish that I had changed this, and I won't be able to now. But on the other hand, of course, what it means is that and we had to record it separately, so you're not like you're in a booth with Johnny and you're singing together. So the first time you hear it is when it's put together. But there are obvious technical reasons for that. I suppose, to be honest, at the end of 2 days of shooting that scene, you're mightily relieved that you're not singing live on every take, because you'd be croaking by the end of it. Sure. That's what's good about it, though. Bring it on. Well, I certainly remember doing it. There was a lot of blood around, and I did fall backwards through the shoot 2 or 3 times, so I remember the crunch on the shoulders. It's just interesting to see it all put together and see what kind of impact that has by somebody else. I seem to remember it happening once somewhere along the line. God knows why, because as I said before, I'm one of those guys, not you obviously, but who rushes into the bathroom in the morning and you go, oh, I have 3 minutes, and lousy shave and you're out the door. Yeah, it's a luxury having somebody do it.
See, the thing is, I never attach a label to any characters I play. Maybe, there's some part of the answer in that is that they're all just people to me. They want different things, and I don't make any differences between some of the darker characters I've played or some of the sweeter souls that I've played. Well, it's been an extraordinary experience and kind of unique, especially to work with something so worldwide on the one hand, and something that's involved watching specifically 3 young people go from 12 to 19. And they're still sane, which is remarkable, because their workload is very different to mine. I shoot Harry Potter for 7 weeks a year, and I'm, the rest of that 52 weeks I'm doing all sorts of other things. Well, the next one comes out next summer, and I think I finished it. This is Harry Potter and the Half-Blood Prince. I finished it, I don't know, a year ago. No, I never pick out particular moments, and particularly playing Professor Snape, it's such a kind of sense of a continuous energy, and what's he thinking, what's he doing, what's he about, and nobody should really know right until the end. Well, it's just a kind of shift of concentration, and you're still the same person, you're still the same functioning, acting animal. You've only got the same head, hands, feet, body, imagination to work with. I guess you just have to learn quickly how to organize your concentration. You're much more in charge of the event on stage, and on film there's a lot of noise and a lot of people doing a lot of difficult stuff all around you, so you have to just learn over time how to shut it out. Incredibly well crafted. I think they allow when you watch a child, as I did with the very last book, go and get her book at midnight from a bookshop in Tunbridge Wells, and sit in the back of the car, absolutely buried inside this book, and you could see her creating her own pictures, her own story. It's just called great storytelling, and it's an art. I mean, to tell stories to each other about ourselves is a human need, and it gets mixed up with an awful lot of commercialism. But I think everybody knows how those books were written. Jo Rowling was a single parent, pushing her baby in a pram with one hand and writing with another. There's a kind of honesty about her storytelling too that I think everybody relates to.
I wouldn't have done this if I hadn't been. I mean, that's actually what interested me, or one of the things that interested me most is, not only is that the truth, but that's a little bit of the truth. I mean, that is the Aborigines' history, is of a country that was theirs, and along came the marauding English, put up fences and said, it's ours now, out of it. So, yeah, it's not only the basis of the truth, it's the whole truth. And it's much worse than that. Well, I mean, the Aborigines would say it's still going on. I mean,
To that extent?
No. I mean, it's that they've had their land ripped away from them. You know, this is a dispossessed people. Well, Steve Dodd was playing my, I suppose, butler in the film. So yeah, I got to know him. He's an adorable person. It is a very different. I mean, in as much as it's fair to generalize, they're very special people. There's a great deal of shyness. You know, when they all came as a group for the big crowd scenes, they had to have their own camp next to ours. It wasn't a question of our separation. That's what they wanted, and they all came from all over the country in buses and made this camp. Had corroborees. They did a corroboree for us, which is, you know, a special kind of dance where they tell stories, and at certain times, some of them went what's called suki, which means they got upset and got homesick, and then they just pick up and walk. So that's where, you know, going walkabout comes from. And when you're in that landscape, you understand why people can just get up and walk into it. And it breeds a very special kind of mentality. They're very close to the earth, very close to each other. And when the big, horrible white man comes and builds, you know, monuments to industry and greed and what have you, it's no wonder that that sensibility gets trampled on. So they're nervous. Well, fortunately, I think one of the better things about Britain is that they're quite self-critical, and I don't think we mind being criticised if it's fair. You know, we're an island race, so we expect to get attacked. Yeah, I think it's coming up. Yeah, I've done a series of work since finishing Quigley, and 2 out of the 3 are pretty light. I hope. One is called Cello. I'm not sure how that's going to be released at the moment, but anyway, I'm dead in that one from the beginning. And I actually, well, this won't make any sense in this interview, but I'm going to go and see that on Monday, so I'm on a plane to go and see what that looks like. This is the trouble, I haven't seen any of these films. Another one is called, which I'm not sure what it's going to be called. It was called The Picture Book while we were making it, but it may be called Closet Land, I'm not sure. That isn't funny. That's about a political prisoner and an interrogator. So you can imagine that's not going to be a bundle of laughs. And a film called Close My Eyes that I just finished in England. I wouldn't have done a movie if there hadn't been. I mean, that's actually what interested me, or one of the things that interested me most, is not only is that the truth, but that's a little bit of the truth. I mean, that is the Aborigines' history, is of a country that was theirs, and along came the marauding English, put up fences and said, it's ours now, out of it. So, yeah, it's not only the basis of the truth, it's the whole truth. And it's much worse than that. Well, Steve Dodd was playing my, I suppose, butler in the film. So, yeah, I got to know him. He's an adorable person. It is a very different, I mean, in as much as it's fair to generalize, they're very special people. There's a great deal of shyness. You know, when they all came as a group for the big crowd scenes, they had to have their own camp next to us. It wasn't a question of our separation. That's what they wanted. And they all came from all over the country in buses and made this camp. Had corroborees. They did a corroboree for us, which is, you know, a special kind of dance where they tell stories. And at certain times, some of them went what's called suki, which means they got upset and got homesick, and then they just pick up and walk. So that's where, you know, going walkabout comes from. And when you're in that landscape, you understand why people can just get up and walk into it. And it breeds a very special kind of mentality. They're very close to the earth, very close to each other. And when the big, horrible white man comes and builds, monuments to industry and greed and what have you, it's no wonder that that sensibility gets trampled on. So they're nervous.
No, not really. It's part of your comic book pile, and it was part of your, if you can call it education, TV education, because there were Robin Hood series, and still are. And it's a story that gets reinvented all the time. The latest one on British television is called Maid Marian and Her Merry Men. This is Ms. I don't know who. Oh yes, I do. There isn't really a sheriff, but he's a small chap with glasses. So, but he's kind of in charge of the castle walls. You think they might be cross because it's not being done by English people, or it's not trying to take itself seriously or lecture anybody about a piece of history. It's saying, okay, you've paid your money, now we're going to give you 2.5 hours of your money's worth, and you'll come out having had a good time. I think that's its aim. I think that's great to have new additions to an old legend. Only in the broadest sense, and then you read the script and find out what the script writers have done. And once I knew that it was going to be possible to have some fun with it, and that you could mix up, his evil doings with a lot of humour, then that made it attractive, and it was not expected. Making the movie, yeah, because, for all sorts of reasons, you get to dress up in a lot of huge clothes and stamp about on unbelievably detailed sets, and the kind of sets that aren't made very much now. And plus I got to go home at night. No, I don't think so. I think it's, the film contains a glorious mixture of accents, which is probably much closer to what it would have been like at the time, in actual fact. Well, it would be ridiculous, wouldn't it, for anybody to expect that. And it would be wrong. This is his version of Robin Hood. I don't think it matters a jot what his accent is. It's the spirit of the film that's important. Well, it was wonderful to do a film as difficult as that one, and as tough, because it was shot in 21 days. So the first, the first take was 8.5 minutes long, followed by, now we'll turn the cameras around for another 8.5 minutes, and we did 30 pages of script in the first week, and that's a lot of pages to do, but you only have 2 actors, so the responsibility is all on you. So what made it wonderful was how great Madeline was, because it was a tough film for her. She was being done too, in a sense, all the way through. And great crew. I think the script dared me not to do it, in a way. It was kind of there with its hands on its hips saying, come on, do it. Because, to be serious, I think it's a film that could have tipped into pornography quite easily. And so you felt a sort of responsibility to do it and try and make sure that it didn't. And that the male character was seen as much as a victim as she was of a kind of society, and that life is about choices. You can be brave or you can be a coward.
No. The last time I was on this show, you said to me, was I aware that people in person...
Apology accepted. Professor Snape. This is very difficult, but it's Harry Potter.
It's fun. Get let off the leash and you run around like a mad dog for a couple of times in your whole career. And because they're very successful movies, they get a lot of publicity. That's the beginning and ending of it, but it isn't the beginning and ending of what I want to do or do. I hope people will see if they go see Truly Magic Deeply. Probably not, but I suppose never say never. It's just that I'm not sure that there's anywhere else to go after The Sheriff of Nottingham. Well, he's meant to be. I mean, so I like the word subversive. I think that's fine. That doesn't necessarily mean villain, but subversive. It's a very generous thing he does, which is come back and say, now move on, you know. It's shifting sands. I've just finished doing a play in the West End, which is the first time I've been on stage for 4 years. And it's very much, I discovered, like finding yourself back in a gym, trying to get fit again. But that's only in the sense that you're using very different muscles, not because I think one is more difficult than the other. I actually think film is not any kind of soft option at all. I really enjoy it, and I think it's very difficult to get right if you use different muscles. I once opened a copy of Stanislavski, and I read half a page and closed it quickly. Never really looked at it again. I've only ever found, in terms of theories, I found one book that I could read and not be hurt by, and that's called The Spectre. It seemed too scientific to me, and if you took it to its logical conclusion, utter naturalism in the theatre would mean complete inaudibility. So there's something wrong with it somewhere. It's got to be communicated. I think that America has some of the most wonderful actors that you'll ever see on screen. But a lot of it's to do with what are your opportunities, and they have no subsidized theatre, and there's no proper training, and it's hard for repertory theatre. It's increasingly hard in England, as funding is less and less. Yes, but I mean, if you take somebody like Juliet Stevenson, who had come, she is a phenomenal stage actress with immense technical power. You know, she can fill Stratford stage, which is 1,500 people, and drive a play. And that's partly through her training and partly through inherent gifts, but she trained that rather. However, if you take a scene like the moment where she meets Jamie for the first time in Feeling Madly Deeply, or the scene where she's with the psychiatrist, those scenes have nothing. They have a little bit to do with technique. They have something to do with technique, but they mostly have to do with her imagination and her guts. Now, whether that's American or British, I don't know. I don't think it really matters at the end of the day, and I don't think I don't think one nationality has, can say theatre traditions, right and wrong, ours. That makes no sense to me. It's to do with some marriage between her technique and her bravery.
It's a vote for ambiguity and things where you don't know quite how things are going to turn out, and all sorts of values that you can't talk about without ruining the film, but things like courage and determination and loyalty and love, actually. It's a validation of, I'm very involved in the Royal Academy of Dramatic Art where I trained. I think there are 15 graduates from that academy playing adult characters in the Harry Potter franchise. You know, you just start with Voldemort and Gilderoy Lockhart and Filch and Dolores Umbridge and Petunia and Peter Pettigrew. These people all trained somewhere. So it's a vote for the process, and you don't just kind of show up and cross your fingers. But, you know, I won't really miss anything because it's been such an extraordinarily complete character to play, and to go back would mean, I don't know what the scenario would be. It's been so much about he appears to be one thing, and then you find out little bits, a bit more about him as time goes on, and then there is a right and proper conclusion, I think. It's very difficult to answer that question because I might be giving away some plot. But I had a good time with the very first scene I shot, because that's where you say to the director, rather than just stand in front of the kids, could I crash in the door? And then you discover that your character has a lot of explosive energy as well as standing still. So it was good to discover the two sides of it. Yeah, well, somebody's very clever, and it's very beautifully done, that little piece of work. And I don't know, could they get rich from that? I hope they do. Maybe not.
They should. I appreciate it. That's in America.
Whenever young actors now say to me, what advice do you give me? I'm thinking about training, I want to be an actor, whatever. I say, forget about acting. And I really mean it at that point in time, because whatever you do as an actor is cumulative. It's about, so I say, go to art galleries, listen to music, know what's happening on the news in the world, and form opinions, develop your taste and judgment, so that when a quality piece of writing is put in front of you, your imagination, which you've nurtured, has something to bounce off of.
Yeah, and your uniqueness.
Yeah, and then you have to start learning about courage, I think.
Courage?
Yeah, because you have to be courageous with yourself on stage, I think, emotionally. I was talking about this morning, actually, because I watched a while ago, jumping about here, but I watched one of those TED Talks with Jill Bolte Taylor, talking about having...
She's been here.
Right, when she had a stroke.
Right.
And she's there on her TED Talk, holding up a brain and showing the two halves of the brain and saying, here's the analytical side and here's the imaginative side. And it made me think that actually one thing that actors and dancers, singers and musicians do is to actually use both sides of their brain at the same time, because you have to hand yourself over completely to whatever are the emotional demands of a part, but certainly on, well, and in front of a film camera, but certainly on stage, there's this kind of Geiger counter, this laser or something that is at exactly the same time assessing what's happening out there and what's happening there to the person you're talking to. And did this word land, or now that one didn't land, now I'm going to have to pick up that word. But at the same time, the bit of you that doesn't know it's lying, because of course we're divided from the neck up, it's just a load of lies, but the rest of you has no idea that it's lying. So that's the punishing part of acting, is taking the rest of your body into this strange place that it finds it hard to recover from. It's like becoming another person anyway. When you're playing somebody who actually lived, and when you have a very specific look to a character which has to be reproduced because there are photographs, and when you have really wonderful work done by a makeup artist, it's a particular luxury to sit in a makeup chair and kind of have the character put on you in the morning. And then you actually have books in front of you which tell you, maybe prejudiced, but certainly varied stories about who he was. So you just try to pay some credence to that. And also, as I was just saying in there, to not let it be the cartoon that the view of him has been since he died. So I don't know why that fits me, but I enjoy that process. I enjoyed it very much.
Tonight, we ask everybody about their outfits. Is that a suit or a tuxedo on the
I think it's a suit. It matches, doesn't it? The pin is, I don't know, it's just something I didn't want to put a tie on. It's an aeroplane. I'm sorry? I don't know. I mean, the letters HBO, to me, when you say them, mean a very good script, a very interesting project, and a team that gave you a lot of support while we were making it. If that's unique to HBO, then I don't really know, because I haven't done one before. I'm not an expert on that, but they certainly seem to tackle interesting topics. Yeah. It feels great. Yeah. It's a big surprise. I've known about Emmys, though. America's very good at saying well done to people if they... we're not so good at that in England. You can be sure that... I always say that when I go back home,
I always have to shrink 2 inches when I go down the aeroplane steps and start saying sorry. You know, sorry. That's what being English is about. Well, it certainly wasn't the scene where I had to take my trousers down in front of 400 people. But you know, all the scenes were a challenge, and that's what you look for at this point. You know, something that looks impossible, something that has got a high risk factor. Well, it was, you know, it required a lot of. It required a lot, I don't know of what, but it required a lot of whatever an actor's resources are. It required a great deal of them. Stamina, energy, concentration, doing the research, learning the lines, you know, and sometimes you want to test yourself at certain points. And that was it. No, I didn't. That's the truth. So I'm now thinking, oh, I should have said thank you to this person and that person. Well, it feels like, you know, some members of your profession have acknowledged your work, and it's great that the effort, and it really wasn't just me, as I've already tried to describe it, is I seriously couldn't have done this without the script and the makeup and the costume and the director. And filmmaking is truly collaborative. It really is. But it feels great to be given it. But I'm always a little nervous about the idea of actors competing with each other. It's hard enough to get the work, you know, without kind of slugging each other out for these things. But it was an extraordinary list of actors to be part of. Oh, well, thank you very much. The thing is, this was a great part, and I sometimes think there really should be a category called Best Performance in Crummiest Role. For that part, I have to thank Peter Proust for writing it, and Peter Medak for thinking of me, Uli Adel for his patience in directing me, Ian and Greta for huge support, the whole of HBO for pushing the boat out, David Kirkpatrick and Jono Topping, David Ginsberg, and very, very special, endless, everlasting thanks to the great Judy Hoffland. Thank you very much. Well, of course I knew Run Lola Run, like everybody did, but I hadn't seen The Princess and the Warrior or Heaven, and then he's made a very fine short film as well that I love. He's a remarkable filmmaker. You know, I said to him, it's like you're not just in control of every frame of every film, you're in control of the milliseconds within a frame, so he knows the power just of when an eye closes and opens, and that becomes part of the narrative. So it's always exciting as an actor on film to be able to hand yourself over completely to a director. Well, I think, you know, Bernd is in danger of exploding with passion one day. He's like so passionate and that's a great thing to have in a producer, because it means that they're involved, and he cares so much about this project, and he's fought so hard to get it made, but I think that's nothing but good. And I see the way that he and Tom interact, and I know that Tom feels that support hugely. And in a way, when Bernd isn't here, his presence is kind of floating around anyway, so yeah, he's a great producer. Of course, knowing that Tom Tykwer was going to be directing it, and that was a huge attraction to me to work with him. And I suppose I like stories about obsessive people. Well, the important thing about Antoine Ricci is that he's a father, and more than that, he's a single parent. His
his wife died. We're not quite sure of the circumstances, but so he lives, I guess, quite a privileged life. He's a rich merchant and lives in a very big house with his very beautiful daughter. And so I suppose the main thing we know about him through this story is that he's very, very protective of her. He develops one thing that he's confident in and sure of and a supreme expert in, and that's his sense of smell. It's not right, but it's perhaps not surprising that he becomes obsessive because he lives entirely in his own head.
Tim Burton world is the one where you basically go, you know what, his imagination is a darn sight more interesting than mine, so I'll just do as I'm told.
Well, I think you're always rescued by the fact that he's so stupid, as well as being brilliant. So, maybe his childlike quality keeps you anchored somewhere. Yeah, I have no clue. Do not ask me about these things. I got 4% for physics at school. So I am pretending to have a clue what this man... Randy actually sort of understands, because it is all based on his father, and his father was, an eminent scientist. But it would be in one ear and out the other to me, as it was when I was 12, 14, 16, until I could get rid of that side of... I'm just playing the person that's in the script. Randall tells me it's his dad, but I don't know what his dad looked like, sounded like, and certainly his dad wasn't involved in a plot like this, but...
Could have been, you never heard about it.
That's true. It's interesting to me to know that the director has, got rid of some demons or something by writing the script, but I just have to hand myself over to the guy who's on the page. Just a very healthy working atmosphere, and of course surrounded by bloody good actors, which is always going to be incredibly attractive to me. Certainly, you want to enter a marketplace where one actor's throwing something at you and you throw something back, and because of the way you threw it back, it gets thrown back to you in a different way. It's what makes it a job I want to do. I'm not a habitué of YouTube, so I am a little bit aware that happens, but I suppose lots of people get that, don't they? I mean, I had to do it as Reagan. God knows everybody does their Reagan. Ultimately, he tells the truth, and ultimately, I think it's not driven by his ego, particularly. I think ultimately, the written word to him is religion. Well, his own issues are only made really clear later on in the play when you kind of get to know him on a slightly more profound level than when he's exercising his abilities as a teacher. Eventually you get to find out who he is, and so I guess like anybody, certainly of his vintage in a room full of young people, it's a cumulative thing. It's about the sum of his whole life, his successes, failures. Here's who he has become, and what he believes and how he speaks is very much connected to that as much as anything else. Well, I certainly had truth tellers, inescapable ones. The principal of RADA, Hugh Crutwell at that time, was like a god figure to us, and we would have what were called Crutwell runs of every production before they were ever put in front of the public. And he had a way of saying, somehow managing to be encouraging at the same time. He would, at the end of a performance, come to one or other of us and just say, yes, but I just didn't believe a word of it. So believing it is the great cry to me, on stage, off stage, in the rehearsal room, as a member of the audience, whatever. In the room. When you're dealing with a great text like that, and that actually became rather comforting, because you just thought, well, this
this horizon that we're supposed to be striving for just actually gets further and further away all the time. And so it proves in life. You know, there's another great teacher, Elizabeth Parsi at RADA, said very often, it's not about you. And that's true too as an actor. And with a play like this, where you were just talking about the kind of visceral connection with the audience, and I'm very aware of this on a nightly basis. It's 90 minutes. It's like a roller coaster. It starts, you can feel the audience settling into their job as a member of the audience. And it is a job, you know, there's a deal going on here. We're telling you a story, and then we feed off how you receive that story, very particularly with this play and the way Teresa writes. And you can feel that insofar as it's measured by laughter, which it is, and silence, which it is, the two of them working together, you can feel that it's kind of polite for the first 2 or 3 minutes, and then it becomes more and more from a deeper, truer place with the audience. And that's very much to do with us listening acutely to what this exchange is between actors, a play and an audience. And that is very much to do with it not being about me. It's about Leonard. Of course, it's my machine and our machine together. I'm working with 4 fantastic actors for a start, so it's not difficult with Etienne and Lily. It's part of life's game to him. It's part of his territory. It's for others to judge, you know. I mean, it's not, he just does it. It's just what he does. I think anything involved in telling stories is not just worthy, it's crucial. Otherwise, how the hell do we find out who we are unless we explain ourselves to each other via books or cinema or theatre or journalism or documentary or whatever. If we're just parading egos around or acquiring stuff and we measure ourselves by that, then we're lost, I think. And theatre is one of those mediums that can just put the brakes on from time to time and say, well, have a think about this. And how do you relate to that? I can't dictate and don't want to what any member of the audience makes of this play on any one night. I hope they have a joyful and introspective experience. There's every age and every social level, if you like, in there. And so I guess it's that terrible phrase, there's something for everyone. Yeah, because as you say, after many years, your life settles into something. If you're not careful, you're taking each other for granted slightly. Everything you do is still guided by love, but then also responsibility takes over and practicality. You've got to get the kids fed and washed and off to school and get their clothes bought and who's got the car keys and all of that kind of thing. You don't really around the others very much or at all. Little intersections at odd moments, but one had to just have a memory of what it was from having read the script and think, well, okay, there's those colours, those atmospheres, this is ours. I think everybody was guilty of thinking the film was about them. Because when I watched it the other day, you do find yourself, while you're watching one story, thinking, well, what was happening to so-and-so at the moment? And you know that life is going on. That's a good sign. I mostly directed it. Occasionally I pop into it as Louis XIV because somebody had to. And we figured out in the end that not only was it cheaper for the budget if I did, but in a way he's a bit like a film director waiting for the movies to be invented. It's a complete invention, of course, you know. I mean, anybody who puts in print, this is completely implausible, you go, yes, that's the point. Sabine de Barra, that's played by Kate Winslet, could not possibly have existed, because this is 17th century France and this is a woman with an actual job and having to earn a living to put food on her table. And so it's partly about that and partly about the fact that she's existing in a world where women are decorative objects only and an absolutely male-dominated world where Louis, as I discovered when we went to Versailles, wakes up alone in his bed. Whoever it was in his bed gets sent back to their room and alone in his bed except with the odd 40 to 60 blokes standing there watching him through the night. So it's a bizarre world to enter into. That's immediately fascinating, the fact that Alison Deegan, who wrote it, made something that's partly true and partly complete fantasy, and that at its essence, I think it's a very modern story about a relationship between a man and a woman. First of all, you know that if she's accepted it, it takes quite a long time to get her to accept something. She really kind of swims around a project. I knew that she'd be interested in the character because it's a strong, independent woman. That's immediately interesting to a woman in the business at her stage. There's a kind of parallel, in a way, with the court at Louis XIV. You know, there are many jobs offered to women to be merely decorative. This one isn't it. In fact, she spends most of the film covered in mud as she's building a garden at Versailles. But what she does is that she shows up on the set somehow or other, both completely prepared. She's done all the homework. You know you're not going to have to explain anything. Of course, we talk, but so completely prepared on the one hand and completely open. Somebody figure out who she is through the course of the film. All the shots that I have of her in the editing room where she's listening to somebody else are all usable because her listening is so active, and by hearing it accurately, to let it affect what you say. I mean, I talk to young actors quite a lot because I'm involved with RADA, and I suppose you're asked, so what is acting? And I think you can boil it down to something called accurate listening. What it does, if you're properly listening to your fellow actors or the other characters, is there's a kind of invisible wire that gets created between two people, two characters, and so the space between them becomes interesting. It's not just, now it's my turn to say something. Well, she was a Labour Party councillor for 20 years, and she stood laughably in 1992, was it, for Kensington, which was, you know, fairly predictably not going to go. There's a level of silence in an audience sometimes, and you can feel it as an actor. And certainly there have been times when the screening of this film when you know that the energy at work from the actors and all the technicians that I've talked about, and especially the writer, mean that you've got a captive audience sitting in the dark being told a story. This is a very ancient and wonderful thing, and it's terrible if we lose this. You know, as times change and everybody sits at home with their huge screen and their 5 seats and their surround sound, and they don't actually go out and sit together with a huge bunch of other people on a kind of once upon a time level. And I do feel that tangibly, that thank you, Kate, because she's so committed and so inside the story. So you really watch her learning about herself. You can almost touch her thought processes in the film. And so therefore you can feel audiences getting genuinely involved in it and sitting very, very quietly and being completely inside the story. So that's hugely satisfying when that happens. It's a very weird thing that happens. It's a bit like a kind of microcosm of what I've just talked about, because on the film set you may have a scene between two people, but there's probably about 30 or 40 people with clipboards all around it. Everybody kind of knows. There's a common concentration happens, and thank God the plane didn't fly over, or the sound man didn't come out from behind his bush saying, sorry, we got to go back. Well, if you're loved and cherished by your family, then that's kind of all you remember. You don't particularly remember deprivation, because your hard-working parents are fighting hard to put food on the table, and so you don't have any memory of being hungry or cold because they've worked hard to prevent that. When I was 8, my father died, so that was very measurably a time when we knew things were difficult because, my mother had to go out to work to feed us. So we were all brought up knowing how to make a fire and knowing how to iron a shirt. But that was our reality. But she was, I suppose going back to the story of the film, she was a tigress. She could do anything. She could sew, all those female things like sew, cook and clean, she took care of those without even thinking about it because she'd been trained by her mother. It's a very Welsh thing, that side of my family, and families knit together, so a bit like a film crew came into operation, aunts and uncles and huge support system. For whatever reason, I was given the title role in it. It's amazing that it sticks in your mind. The title role in a play called King Grizzlybeard. And I remember my mother cutting out a triangle out of a carpet, and that was stuck on my chin. But it was the first time I'd felt, I don't know whether it's about feeling the power you can have as an actor, but it goes back to what I was saying about that silence. You're involved in a story and then there's a load of people in front of you and they've gone really quiet. I went to a school where I had to get a scholarship to get into it, but it was a fantastic school and remains a fantastic school because it doesn't limit you. It's now co-educational. In fact, when I went there, it was all boys. And it had a huge, and I think still does, have a huge drama tradition. But when I was at that school, which would be 11 to 18, I was also very involved in the art department. And because it was a very high-achieving academic school, the idea of going to drama school didn't really enter my head at all. It was a question when I was 18 of whether I would go to university and read English or go to art school. And I went to art school, but still with this thing drilling away in my brain about acting. Yeah, but, whatever piece of my brain is missing, I don't know, it's never ever thought that way about, future income. Never really entered my head. No, all I really remember from that time is exactly where the letterbox was in London, where I posted that letter saying, please can I have a form for audition? And I absolutely remember posting it. You get the costumes and then you sort them out and help the actor if there's something difficult to button up or something that's got to be fastened behind in the dressing room. And then if they've got changes, down to the wings with the quick change costume, and they're standing there ready in the dark with the shirt and helping them out of one costume and into the next. I don't know what the word would be, whether it's hungry. It's a bit like being a child standing in the dark in the wings, and as it happens, in that production, which was a play by John Osborne called West of Seward, was Sir Ralph Richardson, truly one of the greatest actors. Well, I knew I wanted to do it, and now you're watching one of the greatest actors that ever lived, and you're in the wings, in the dark, and he's on stage. And then, as it happened, he was also on stage with Nigel Hawthorne, and a few years down the line, I ended up working with Nigel Hawthorne. So then you learn that the theatre throws these sort of things at you. You can be, and even more so now when there's no real repertory system anymore in England. Somebody can come out of drama school at 20-something or other and be working opposite Judi Dench or whoever the next day or the next week. So you've got to be ready for that. But don't be arrogant about it either, because these people really know what they're doing. I did talk to her because I said to the producers when I was asked to play it, because you have to remember that only 3 books had been written when we started filming them. And I said, I have to talk to her because I don't know how to play this part, because it seems to be travelling potentially down two avenues at the same time. And so they arranged for us to speak, and I got put through to her on the phone. She was with her sister at the time, and she said, "I can't talk now." So that's how close she held everything to herself. And so we arranged to speak the next day when she was on her own. And then she gave me one very small piece of information, which I always have vowed I would never, ever repeat, even though the books are now done and everything. So I won't repeat it. It wasn't a fact. It was just a kind of clue that there's something that meant it was possible for me to think he was other than. It wasn't even that she said that. It was just made him a little... there was something more human.
Tell me, what would I get if I added powdered root of asphodel to an infusion of wormwood? You don't know? Pity. Clearly, fame isn't everything, is it, Mr. Potter?
Well, I think it goes back to what we've already been talking about a bit, which is that it means they believed it. They've not been manipulated. I don't think it is possible, clearly, to manipulate people into an emotional response. I wouldn't be very content with being part of that. You know, people still love that film. In fact, it gets used for grief therapy, apparently, to help people to get through that period if it happens to them. It's something to do with the fact that Anthony Minghella was directing something that he'd written. It's beautifully written. It has something to do with the fact that Juliet Stevenson and I had worked a lot together in the theatre, so there's a lot of knowledge of each other in the room and trust. So, you know that it's possible to try things that are going to fail. You know that it's possible to try things that aren't going to be necessarily attractive. I mean, I'm not sure. And I do believe I, as an actor, am part of a storytelling process. I'm pretty involved in quite a lot of political causes, one way and another, like Emma. I don't parade my opinion about young actors, particularly, or social media. I think a lot of that is the stuff of life, and it's an evolving thing. No, I'm pretty militant in certain other areas.
Would you call yourself someone who's quite private?
I think that you learn as time goes on that it goes back to what you want people's response to be to your work, and if it's called privacy and guarding it, it means I want people to believe that I'm the person in the story. I don't want them to be thinking about something or other I've said in the newspaper when they're watching me. You know, be, for example, playing Eamon de Valera in Michael Collins, or Ronald Reagan, for that matter. I want them to believe that and only think about that.
You have said that you wanted to live until you're old and still be out there as an actor doing something somewhere at the age of 70.
Mm-hmm.
I believe that you're 69 now.
Mm-hmm.
Do you feel satisfied with your career?
Well, yes and no would be the answer to that.
Why no?
Because, like most actors, I don't enjoy watching myself because all you see is what you've got wrong. Actually, you know, one of your great actresses, Kate Blanchett, said at some point, the point about a horizon is that you look at it and you move towards it and it only gets further away. You never actually get there. And, you know, one has so many examples of people like Judi Dench at 80, still hungry, to use your word, and still wanting to be working.
You have said that your work is your autobiography. If we could distill that into a single volume, what would be the main thought track of that autobiography? What have you tried to stand for in your work?
Well, you have to hold your finger up to the wind at all times, and the wind changes. So you can't know anything. You know, I worked with a wonderful director called Richard Wilson, who you may know here as an actor as Victor Meldrew, if that series came out here. But anyway, he's a big star in England, but he's also a wonderful theatre director. The only word he ever used on a really regular basis directing is about openness. And that's something you can almost taste if somebody's being truly open. And it's something I look for as a director too. I don't know whether that's attitude or background or training or how much preparation you've done, but somehow it all arrives at that word. Sometimes it's about selfishness. It depends on the character you're playing. You know, it can't be passive. You know, there's a kind of active nature to being open and a readiness. It's not sitting back. Generosity is part of it, but making a gift of yourself is quite an active thing to do and quite a challenging thing to do to your fellow actor or to the audience. It's not a safe place to be at all.
Well, there's no plan. It's all cumulative. The only question or the remark I would make about that is this insistence on people assuming that a film that's made in Hollywood for a lot of money is therefore big, and that a film made for less money but about what might be called big issues is somehow small, and it's sort of misleading, I think. From my angle, what it means is that films like Die Hard or Robin Hood allow me to make Close My Eyes, Truly Madly Deeply, Closet Love. Well, the two films that I've made in England with British directors both happen to have been written by the directors as well, and I happen to have worked with them on their own work, either in the theatre or in fact with Anthony Minghella and Juliet Stevenson. We did one of his plays on the radio. And I guess they're more aware of my work in the theatre, so it's a slightly more complicated view of me they have. But, you know, I'm working on it over here. Because I was appearing on Broadway in Les Liaisons Dangereuses, and the producer saw the film, and then I met him and the director in Los Angeles when the play closed. I have very Catholic tastes in movies, you know. I mean, I'll go and see anything if it's essentially cinematic. So you're just as likely to catch me watching not so much action movies, but actually I think Die Hard, as it turned out, became a kind of classic of its kind. It's an incredibly well-made movie in terms of its technical side and its editing and its storytelling. But that was something that we actually took care of as we were going along with it. So, you know, the process was as interesting as it could be, thanks to the director. Well, we had many conversations about... you see, most of the clues are there in the script. If you have somebody singing the Ode to Joy in an elevator, then that's a particular person. Or if he's quoting from Alexander the Great, it's a particular person. And so, therefore, you start to assemble how this person looks, how they behave. It seemed to me evident in the script that he didn't get his hands dirty. He had other people around to do that, and he spent most of the film talking on a, you know, what do they call it, two-way radio thing. And that if Bruce was going to present one image, then I should present the other bookend, in a sense. So that's really what we aimed for. So, I was like the new kid on the block, I suppose. And everything was new and exciting and fun. And I'd just finished doing 6 long, hard months of Les Liaisons Dangereuses 8 times a week on Broadway. And suddenly here I was doing something where I only had 4 lines a day, and it didn't matter if I got them wrong, we could do it again. So it was great, because I couldn't believe anybody wanted to see a film about Robin Hood. Again. So I thought, oh well, okay, it'll be fun. And also I had just finished On the Trot, Truly, Madly, Deeply, Closet Land, and Close My Eyes, and those were all very kind of complicated, layered movies, and it seemed like it would be good to have some fun for a while. There's nothing I can say. I mean, I'm glad you enjoyed it. I think we were in the same film. Clearly we were in the same film. It was called Robin Hood, Prince of Thieves. But my part had different requirements and different responsibilities, I suppose. I guess every actor, in a sense, is a dreamer. I mean, that's part of one's makeup, I suspect. And I guess there was some kind of fantasy there, or a fluffy cloud called I'd like to be in the movies, and I guess that included America. But there was no way that one could predict it was going to happen. There were meetings on movies. The odd film is made in England, not many, but and I'd met. But I think I always knew that it was going to be a question of being seen in something and then being given a part as a result of that, rather than going for meetings. I don't enjoy that part of the game. I don't like it at all, because I don't see how you can commit yourself 100%. It's too judgmental. There's nothing to do with an actual process or discovery. You've got to prove something very quickly, now, or look right, and most of the time it's a question of what you look like. You walk in the room and they've already made a decision. But having said that, I'm a man, and however bad it might seem to me, it's a million times worse for women. Well, I've never really auditioned. I've just been in and met a director. I haven't really read for anything much. It doesn't tend to work like that in England. No, there's a kind of devil in me that refuses to do that. I don't like the idea of having to go in dressed up as the character that you want to play. That's like prostitution. I've just been doing a film in Pittsburgh, which will be coming out in the summer, I think, which is a film that's been directed and written by Tim Robbins, and he's also playing. And it's, I suppose it's, if you know the film The Candidate, it would be a cross between that and Spinal Tap, if you know that film. So it's very much, I hesitate to say the phrase political satire, but I guess that's what it is. It's done as a kind of documentary, but it's very funny too, and it's the story of the terrible rise of a very right-wing pop singer as he gets elected to Senate. And so I play his campaign manager. So I've just finished working on that, and before that I was doing a play in the West End in London, which is the first play I'd done for 4 years, so that was kind of alarming. And I'm going to take that to Japan for a month after Christmas. Well, the character I just did was American, so it remains to be seen, I suppose. No, and I'm sure that mine will probably sound as ridiculous to you as most Americans' idea of a British accent sounds to me. We'll see when the movie comes out and I find I've been dubbed. It was a pleasure. Thank you. Oh, I don't know. It's something that you fight off for as long as possible, or sometimes. I mean, maybe some people go straight towards it, but I was fending it off for a long time. Although I think there's a kind of inevitability probably about doing something like acting or singing or dancing or any of those crafts or arts or whatever word it is that you apply. And so it took me a while. There were other things that got in the way, but I think I probably knew that I would act from the time that I was a child. Hopefully you learn about yourself. I was very reluctant to go to drama school because I thought, well, this whole technique thing, they'll stick all sorts of things onto me and I won't be me and I'll be like a sausage in a sausage factory, you know, pushing out so many actors. Of course the reverse is true, and technique, such as it is not an imposition, it's something that frees you. So that you can hopefully move off in any direction. It's not, this is how I speak, this is how I move, this is my style. It's just, in a way, you understand what are you get to know what your own bad habits are. The things that get in the way of your imagination. And so that, I think, is what technique is about. It's about getting rid of your own bad habits so that your imagination can actually produce tangibly what's going on in your head when you read a script.
And is that a process that is restricted to drama school, or is that also something you refine once you graduate and become a professional actor?
Oh, I think a lot of the best lessons that you get from drama school you don't realize until like 10 years later. You're in the middle of a rehearsal and you go, oh, I see. That's what she was talking about. You can't, you know, it's not a cramming factory. You just have to stay as open as possible while you're there and make as many mistakes as possible. Be as bad as you possibly can be, and you will, and it gives you some armory for the years ahead, I think.
Why were you attracted to stage work? You worked on the stage for a long time before you made films.
Well, we don't have a film industry, so you don't have any choice in the matter, frankly. So you don't really think in any other terms. You just assume that's what you're going to do, and maybe you'll do some television if you're lucky, and an occasional movie might just happen along. But no, I mean, these two films are now little miracles, really. The British film industry saying, I'm still here, I can still do it. Will somebody please invest in me? Will a government come along and decide that it's common sense to invest in me because, you know, there's big returns that could come back here. But so far, they haven't made that little mental leap. Well, I suppose my theatre work culminated in going back to the RSC in 1985 with Juliet Stevenson, in fact. We were in the company together there, and we both were in the... We both did the first production of Les Liaisons Dangereuses together. She left it after a year. I took it on into the West End and then to Broadway. And there you go. I mean, it was on Broadway, it was a huge success. And the producer of Die Hard was brought to see it. And then when I went out to Hollywood at the end of the Broadway run, just to say hello, and this is me, and I'm here for a couple of weeks. It's one of those stories that you think only happens in comic books, really. I was there 2 days and they asked me to do Die Hard. And again, they caught me at the right time. I'd just done this show for 8 times a week for on and off 2 years. And it's like banging your head against a brick wall. It's wonderful when you stop. And stopping was doing Die Hard, in a sense. It was an opportunity to go to Los Angeles. The child in you comes out because it's a big movie and you're in Hollywood, and it's playtime. And you don't have to do it every night. You get some days off and sun shining. It was great fun. Because it was sort of irresponsible again, you know. And as it turns out, it was risky, you know. You're seeing all this violence and mayhem going on, and you're thinking, oh my God, what am I in? But actually, as it turns out, I think it's a really great film. It's really well made. It's quite subversive in its way.
You know, okay, there's only one, there's like a token female, but she's running the thing. The black characters are all very intelligent and positive. They might also be not exactly on the side of right and the law, but they're not stupid and they're not caricatured, and in subtle ways that film fights a few battles. I guess you try to make, one's training tries to. You try to make characters as real as possible, as three-dimensional as possible, given that it's a pretty two-dimensional kind of a movie, and that it's not. We don't want to know about the inner workings of his psyche. We just know whether he's going to get away with it or not, really, and is he interesting, and do we want to watch him, and is he the right sort of bookend to Bruce Willis? So that's the job: is to make another bookend. So I was able to influence the character, actually to quite a large extent, because of a logic that I applied, I suppose, and then asked questions and forced the logic through. Like, why have you got him dressed in terrorist gear when he doesn't get his hands dirty and he's got all these people around to do the mucky stuff? So eventually I got a suit, and that was the right bookend to Bruce, because he was going to be in a t-shirt and sweat, and then once one was in a suit, it became possible to push the notion that they should meet. If I'd been dressed in terrorist gear, we couldn't have had the scene where we met, and I pretended to be one of my own hostages. So that influenced the film quite directly.
Are there different demands that are placed on you as an actor in Hollywood than the demands that are placed on you as a stage actor in Britain?
Probably externally, although they still want you to come up with the goods. And I guess they'd better be there in rushes, otherwise there's an awful lot of money riding on a big Hollywood movie. And I think although people wear very expensive suits and look very confident, they still need to see it in rushes. And whatever it is pretty undefinable, I think. This marriage between a script, actors, and a director. It's something that producers in Hollywood and the executives like to think they understand, but I think a lot of the time they've got their fingers crossed. Because you get proved wrong so often. They'll put what they call box office names in a project and it bombs. I would like to see far more examples of truly madly deeply's coming along and being successful in Hollywood against all the odds. Baghdad cafes and pictures like that. Because then Hollywood can help to prove that people need to be told stories rather than be manipulated by greedy individuals. Well, because something like Die Hard and Robin Hood, to a certain extent, they're written to formulas, and they're very much about making money back. They cost a lot of money to make. They've got to make the money back. So therefore, there are certain requirements and ingredients that they figure should be there. With Truly, Madly, Deeply, and Close My Eyes, they're the complete personal vision of the writer-director. All there was a blank piece of paper and a typewriter. Somewhere down the line, that gets turned into a movie. Nobody got in the way. Nobody else's vision. I suppose a lot of people have said, oh, well, it's the thinking person's ghost, Truly, Madly, Deeply. I think they're very different films, and I don't think it doesn't really help. It doesn't really hurt to compare them. If you enjoyed Ghost, you will enjoy Truly, Madly, Deeply. But Hollywood is very different from the miniseries world. It's the thing that always amazes me about, what you can do on television and how careful they are and this, that, and the other. And actually, Hollywood will, it's got Scorsese and it's got Coppola and it's got some great, great filmmakers who are very daring. You think of a film like Taxi Driver and you think, well, how much more daring do you want? How much more on the edge do you want? They're perfectly capable of doing it and keep doing it
But then again, you see what you have is filmmakers who are not interfered with. It's the problem arises when there are too many opinions from too many people in suits, and opinions is all they have.
Yeah.
And so the film gets diluted. So if you had a film about incest being done with, 5 or 6 producers, it's going to be fit for the top of the chocolate box by the time they've finished it. Well, I hope it continues. I've got absolutely no qualms whatsoever about entertaining the public. I think that's fine. People don't need to be lectured at all the time. I hope they're told good stories, and I hope that even within a big budget cartoon movie, I'm not sure that I'm going to do any more of those, but if I were, I hope that it's possible to be subversive within them, just to gently pull the rug out from people's preconceptions and make them just look at the screen from a slightly different angle. And if you can, it's a huge responsibility and power to do that to millions and millions and millions of people rather than just in an art house cinema. I'm not saying one's better than the other, but that big one exists, and so let's put it in the hands of a few subversives, is what I think.
Well, you mentioned those 2 movies, and then I look at the calendar, and I realise that one of them was made 28 years ago, and so there's been a lot of water under a lot of bridges since then, so it doesn't feel like such a change to me. And, there are some things you do that get huge publicity budgets and some that get none, but every one of them is very important to me and huge memories, particularly probably with this one. Yeah, I was really blessed with the cinematographer Ellen Kuras, and actually it was a bit like taking her out of her comfort zone, I thought, because she's quite used to having a camera on her shoulder and being, quite free fall with it. And I said to her right at the beginning, a lot of these shots should be like tableaus, or the film should feel like it occasionally stops to look at the world that it's in. The rest of the time we can kind of get in there, but then occasionally we step back and look at the whole frame. And when we knew we weren't going to shoot it in Versailles, or indeed even in France, it was, hey, the movies, there are 17th century French interiors in England. We were the first people that have been allowed to film in the state apartments at Blenheim, and Waddesdon Manor has loads of 17th century interiors inside this 19th century folly. The dining room at Cliveden got turned into Louis XIV's bedroom, etc., etc. Definitely the intention that it's actually a very, quotes, modern love story between a man and a woman trying to figure out who they are as individuals and how does that come together as a couple. And hopefully, as you watch the film, the backdrop, it's not so much that it falls away, but you just start to accept it and focus in on the people. Absolutely that, yeah, because I'm not really interested I wasn't particularly interested in making a film set then, it's like somebody garroting you as a filmmaker. Oh yeah, let's make it even more difficult.
Yes.
Yeah, absolutely, it's modernity. And the fact that Alison Deegan, who wrote the script, has got a very free-fall sense of history. Yeah. Kate Winslet's character couldn't possibly have existed, and in many ways that's the point of the film. I think in a way she looks forward to it. I was very struck the other day by Helen Mirren being interviewed, and the interviewer said something about, well, a great thing about you, Helen, is that women think that you're sexy, and she didn't get angry. She just quite calmly said, could we please liberate us all from these words, beautiful and sexy? And of course, Kate is an incredibly beautiful woman, but she's also a professional actor and a woman who wants to play active, strong, independent women. That's what attracted her, and that's what makes her a team player. So, yes, she looks forward to getting her hands dirty. Well, again, thanks for noticing. It was one of the things that made it a little easier to do this stupid job of acting in the film that you're directing, was getting the image. As I was standing there, I was thinking, actually, Louis XIV is somebody waiting for the movies to be invented.
Yes.
It would satisfy all of his fantasies.
Yeah.
Well, I've been directing in the theatre in that time, but
Yes.
it's purely practical. The reason is that not long after I directed the first film, The Winter Guest, I was cast in the Harry Potter series, and at the time when I started, only 3 of the books were written, so I'd no idea that I was going to be doing 8 movies.
Yes.
I was like all the children. Oh,
Yeah.
reading a new book, going, I'm still in it. So some years down the line, of course, you can't direct a film if you don't have more than a year at your disposal, and I had to show up every year for 7 weeks
Yeah.
of my time. So as soon as Harry Potter was finished, I was able to develop this.
Yeah.
I found him, if that's the right term. I went to a small ballet at the Print Room Theatre a couple of years ago, and this beautiful music was supporting the dancers in a very unegocentric way, and it was because he was having to, it's the nature of the ballet, make water into music, and something clicked in my brain, and because our film involves the building of a fountain, so I asked to meet him. 26 years old, he'd never composed for a film before, and I thought, well, nobody ever became famous until somebody gave them a job,
Yes.
so I just took a jump, and it's one of the best moves I made, because he was on the set all the time, breathing in the atmosphere of the film.
Yeah.
I said to him, we don't want any musical cliches in this film. I don't want a load of period music. I think there's one bit when they are at the Louvre and there is a sense of an orchestra in the background. And even then he was creative about it, because he found the one female composer. And so even that's interesting. But no, he's managed, I think, as you say, to make it of then but of now.
Is music an important part of your life? Away from the cameras, away from the stage?
Huge source of inspiration, yeah. I have a whole music cupboard that I go into at home that's, in fact, I just cleared it out the other day, and because there's a wall full of cassettes, and you think, what am I going to do with these now? And the CDs, I'm not one for pressing a button on a computer. I actually want to pick out a CD and put it on.